A dark, ominous chamber. A mysterious figure laments. Oh dear, oh dear. A pale hand with a golden bracelet rests on a glowing red surface as a bad fortune is revealed. A white-haired seer chuckles, realizing the red omen has gained more allies. Three formidable women, one with gray hair, a blonde, and a blue-haired girl in a red hood, are revealed as the powerful new threats. The white-haired seer smirks, contemplating how to deal with this unexpected misfortune. Visions of combat flash by. A black-haired man in a suit fights a tattooed warrior, a catboy with claws, and a swordsman with blue flames. The seer admits they can't see all the variables yet, as a vision shows a woman trapped in a red spiderweb, facing a gunman. The seer's hand hovers over the glowing surface, realizing just how much trouble they're in. The white-haired seer confirms their fears, noting that the enemy faction, the Hongwei, has more allies than anticipated. A new vision reveals a powerful red-haired warrior with a spear and swords, destined to be a great ally for the Hongwei. Another vision shows a fierce blonde warrior with lion ears mid-swing, an opponent who might only be stopped by a tiger. The three women from before are shown again, presenting a serious problem as potential allies for the Hongwei. The seer wonders what to do. The vision cuts off, and the seer, revealed to be a young girl, laments how cruel the universe is for hiding its secrets from her. She scoffs, dismissing the vision and deciding that a fortune is merely a fortune. Standing defiantly, she declares that any destiny she chooses not to avoid will become her fate. The scene shifts to a black-haired young man, sweating and looking utterly terrified. He stands before a colossal white wolf with glowing red markings, as a voice notes that such beings are typically callous. In a nightmarish flashback, the wolf's glowing red eye stares down before it's shown, lying over defeated bodies in an alley. The giant wolf unleashes a devastating blast of energy at a white-haired woman protecting the black-haired man. Suddenly, he's at a hospital reception desk, yelling in disbelief, "It's not covered by insurance?" Welcome to the final boss, the American healthcare system. A nervous hospital worker explains that the new nerve regeneration treatment for his sister must be paid for out of pocket. The man breaks into a cold sweat as she warns him the financial burden will be massive without private insurance. She shows him the price on a tablet, a staggering 5 million won for the newly developed drug. He clutches his head in despair, screaming at the unbelievable cost of the treatment. A doctor delivers a grim ultimatum. Without the spinal injections twice a month, his sister will become paralyzed from the waist down. He stands silently beside his sister's hospital bed, the weight of the world on his shoulders. His sister, a girl with short brown hair, asks about the hospital bill, while he wonders if he should tell her the devastating truth. Forcing a bright smile, he lies and tells her not to worry, because he just landed a great new job. She stretches in her bed, sadly accepting that her track and field days are probably over. He promises to get her running again, and tells her to focus on her studies, which she agrees to. He keeps up the cheerful act, trying to reassure her that they'll be okay, even without their parents. His hope is crushed at a bank, where he's denied any more loans due to his existing student debt. Defeated, he stands motionless on the steps outside the bank. In a moment of pure frustration, he hurls his notebook to the ground with a thud. His mind is consumed by a single repeating thought: money. Meanwhile, a black cat approaches his fallen notebook. His desperation is clear as he admits to himself how badly he needs the money. He clenches his fist, determined to find a way, even with his credit score already in the gutter. The reality of his hopeless situation hits him, and he collapses in anguish. He falls to his knees on the sidewalk, utterly defeated, while the black cat watches him calmly. Overwhelmed by despair, he covers his face and grinds his teeth, but he quickly resolves to stop wallowing, believing he can still find a way to cover the cost. As he reaches for his notebook, the mysterious cat with mismatched eyes suddenly scratches his hand, making him yelp in surprise. He kneels, confused, as the black cat paws at him playfully. He picks up his notebook and discovers a strange black card was placed inside. Staring at the card, he wonders what it could possibly be. The black card has nothing on it but a simple phone number. Dismissing it as a sketchy underworld dispatch scam, he tosses the card over his shoulder. He immediately stops, then sighs and turns back to pick up the card, deciding he shouldn't litter. Night falls over the city as the scene shifts to an apartment building. Back in his room, he searches for the card in his pocket, admitting to himself that he's out of options and can't afford to be picky anymore. Back in his room, the black-haired young man stares at the strange card. a flicker of red catching his eye. He decides making a call can't hurt, even if it feels sketchy, hoping it's a real job and not an organ harvesting scheme. But when he calls, he's greeted by bizarrely cheerful hold music about good deeds, leaving him utterly baffled. Standing awkwardly in his room, he listens to the silence on the other end of the line, completely confused. He recoils in shock, wondering why the mysterious woman on the phone just blurted out, "Huh?" at him. She cuts straight to the chase, asking if he can be at a location by 10:50, which he realizes isn't just 30 minutes. She pressures him for an answer, threatening to hang up, so he quickly agrees despite his reservations. Now dressed in a sharp black suit, he arrives at a large, modern building under the night sky. He nervously thinks to himself that he never even asked what the job was, but figures he can always make a run for it. Blushing and flustered, he stammers out his name to the person he's meeting. "I am Lee Dojin." Before him stands a stunning woman with long, flowing white hair and piercing red eyes, dressed in an elegant black outfit. Dojin recalls his first impression of her, a surreal memory where he felt an inexplicable mix of trust and an overwhelming sense of fear as she formally introduces herself to Mr. Lee Dojin. The narration describes his fear as a primal dread, like staring into a bottomless, dark chasm. He likens the feeling to thalassophobia, the terrifying fear of deep, dark water, as they stand in an otherworldly space. She steps right into his personal space, making him sweat and think she's way too close for comfort. Her intense, unblinking gaze is fixed on him, leaving him completely unnerved. Freaking out internally, he wonders if this is some new kind of high-pressure interview tactic. She simply tells him to follow her, and he can't help but notice her otherworldly beauty and unreal aura. She informs him they're heading to Funeral Hall 1 inside the hospital, deepening the mystery of his new job. Inside, a smirking older man speaks to a young woman, referring to himself as a mourner for her father. The young woman recoils, angrily swatting his hand away and telling him to get his filthy hands off of her. The white-haired woman glances at Dojin, coolly telling him to get ready for what's coming. Dojin asks what for, but she just takes a swig from a bottle, seemingly unbothered by the unfolding drama. His disturbed expression says it all, as he watches her casually drink in the middle of a funeral hall. The older man chides the young woman for her behavior, claiming he's a friend of her father's who brought a generous offering. Dojin steps in, grabbing the man's wrist and telling him to leave the clearly uncomfortable woman alone, which infuriates the man. The man demands to know who this punk is, and Dojin calmly introduces himself as being from the funeral service company. Enraged, the man can't believe a punk from a funeral service company would dare to touch him. Pow! The old man throws a punch, striking Dojin hard in the stomach as the young woman watches in horror. From behind, the white-haired woman observes the confrontation without interfering. Dojin is stunned, realizing this isn't a funeral service job and questioning why they're even there. The white-haired woman identifies their target with a cold stare. His name is Kim Hang-shik. A profile reveals Kim Hang-shik is a corrupt city council member responsible for the deaths of innocent people, leaving him stammering in shock. The young woman has a chilling realization, wondering if this man was involved in her father's accidental death. A grim flashback shows a man lying dead in a crosswalk, the victim of a hit-and-run orchestrated by Hang-shik. Hang-shik arrogantly boasts about his powerful connections, flexing his network of prosecutors and high-ranking officials. The white-haired woman stands before him, her expression grim as she declares that his karma account is officially full. She lectures him about his 60 years of sin, telling him he has hurt far too many people. Her eyes glow with a menacing red light as she delivers a final command: "Repent now." Hang-shik scoffs, calling her crazy and dismissing her warning as he pulls out his phone to call for backup. He completely ignores them, trying to schedule a weekend golf game with a chief prosecutor to handle the situation. A strange blue aura suddenly envelops Kim Hang-shik, causing him to freeze mid-call. The white-haired woman turns to a confused Dojin and announces that their real work is just beginning. She points at the retreating Hang-shik and says they must stop him, but Dojin questions if that's really their job. Before he can get an answer, Hang-shik collapses face-first onto the floor with a heavy thud. Dojin rushes over in a panic, trying to shake the man awake, shocked by the sudden turn of events. But the woman corrects him, pointing to Dojin's chest and revealing the real target is emerging by tearing through space itself. A ghostly blue energy erupts from Dojin's body as he doubles over in confusion and pain. As the spectral form of Hangshik rises, a voice explains that this entity acts without any regard for human circumstances. A colossal white wolf with glowing red markings on its legs takes a heavy step forward. The beast's massive form is covered in bristling fur and arcane red symbols. Dojin's face is a mask of pure, sweat-drenched terror. The giant wolf fully materializes in the ruined hall, its eyes glowing with a malevolent light. Towering over them, the wolf demands to know who they are, declaring that only its prey should be here. The white-haired woman turns to the young mourner and calmly urges everyone to evacuate quickly. Dojin is stunned to see the others vanish, but the woman corrects him, explaining that they're the ones who have been isolated. She reveals they are trapped in a barrier, a hunting ground, where the monster drags its victims. Roaring, the massive wolf lunges at them, ready to tear them apart. A powerful blast of blue energy erupts on impact, shattering the ground. The shockwave sends them flying, as someone lets out a terrified scream. Dojin hits the floor hard, realizing the white-haired woman cushioned his fall with her own body. With a determined look, she gets up and declares that their job is to stop this hunt. The wolf snarls, identifying them as obstructors of its Makdooi and vowing that if they block its path, it will kill them right here, unleashing a devastating energy blast from its jaws. The white-haired woman raises her clipboard, which materializes a glowing pink magic circle to defend against the attack. She holds the barrier steady as Dojin watches in awe from behind her. With a piercing red eye, the wolf scoffs at their foolish attempt to confront it. Darshan can't believe what he's seeing as the wolf begins charging another massive orb of blue energy. The wolf unleashes the attack, firing a colossal beam of pure destructive power. The beam collides with the area, creating a massive, blinding explosion. As the dust settles, the wolf stares into the smoke, searching for any sign of its targets. HMPH. The wolf lets out a dismissive snort, certain of its victory. But through the haze, Dojin is revealed holding the white-haired woman bridal style, having dodged the blast at the last second. The wolf smirks, noting Dojin doesn't seem to be a martial artist, and offers to wait while he finds a weapon. From his arms, the woman smirks back confidently, saying the beast won't lay a single finger on her. She continues to taunt it, pointing out that for all its power, it hasn't even managed to touch a single hair on her head. Dojin panics internally, thinking she's lost her mind and begging her not to provoke the giant monster. Intrigued by her confidence, the wolf offers a proposal. The woman suggests a one-on-one duel. The wolf fights Dojin, and the first to be injured withdraws. She goads the creature, asking if it's so insecure that it would refuse a duel against a simple Bikminasayang, a bookish scholar. The wolf's eye narrows as it considers her challenge, finally agreeing to wait. It sits patiently, stating it will wait until the human is ready to fight. In a cute chibi moment, Dojin sweats bullets, admitting to himself that he's actually terrible at fighting. The woman asks if he has a weapon, and Dojin's mind races in denial, wondering why on earth he's the one who has to fight. He confronts her, demanding to know why she thinks he can handle the monster wolf, but she calmly states her complete faith in his ability. When a magical bow and arrows appear, she asks if he knows how to use them, but he cluelessly admits he has no idea. She then asks about bladed weapons, and the best he can come up with is scissors. Maybe? Getting in his face, she asks if he truly can't handle a single weapon, and he stammers about why anyone would carry weapons nowadays. Her silent, intense stare makes him panic, fearing she thinks he's completely pathetic. Flustered, he tries to save face by bluffing that he might have something. A classic case of just saying yes to impress a girl. Crying anime tears, he resolves to just bluff now and figure out the details later. She suddenly tells him to kneel on the floor, leaving him utterly confused by the bizarre command. He nervously kneels as she reaches toward his head, wondering if she's about to touch his forehead. In a flash of cherry blossoms, she leans down and gently kisses his forehead. Dojin's face instantly turns beet red, his eyes wide with shock and embarrassment. The white-haired woman pulls back, her expression now serious and focused. As she leans over him, he nervously agrees to her unspoken command. He confirms his readiness, though his flustered expression says otherwise. Slap! He smacks his own face, forcing himself to focus. Get a grip, Lee Dojin. A massive white wolf with glowing red markings on its fur remains perfectly still. Its crimson eyes snap open, revealing a menacing snarl. With razor-sharp claws extended, the beast prepares to strike. Looming over Dojin, the creature speaks, complimenting his spirit for suppressing his fear so well. Dojin stares back, determined, as he focuses on imagining and assembling a weapon in his mind. The wolf lunges with a furious roar, promising to grant him a swift and painless death. A flash of blue digital energy glows in Dojin's eyes as he activates his power. His mind flashes back to his college major 3D modeling, realizing his most familiar skill is creating things in virtual space. He focuses his power, a lifetime of practice now at his fingertips. Realizing this is the moment he's been training for, he prepares to assemble his most familiar weapon. As the wolf closes in, he vows to show it a weapon drawn from his own imagination. A digital blueprint materializes into the form of an M16 rifle. Looks like he's bringing a gun to a claw fight. The wolf scoffs, assuming it's just another spear or sword. A fully formed, glowing M16 appears in Dojin's hands. Pow! The first shot rings out, tearing into the wolf's paw. He switches the rifle to full auto, ready to unload. The wolf cries out, staggering back as blue energy beams strike its body. Just in time, Sorang joins the fight, landing a powerful slash with a massive energy blade. Dojin stands his ground, his newly created M16 rifle now identified by the system. The wounded wolf realizes its mistake. It forgot that humans can wield the power of sin and punishment. It breaks into a maniacal laugh, genuinely impressed by the challenge. The wolf admits that, as promised, Dojin managed to land a hit, showing the bloody gash on its leg. A wicked grin spreads across its face. This fight is finally getting interesting. The creature reveals it's one of the 6 named Fangs as Dojin takes aim. He boldly introduces himself as Lee Dojin, a proud reservist from the Republic of Korea. The great wolf's smile widens, accepting his challenge. The beast lunges, leaping over Dojin in a blur of motion. And just like that, the chaotic battlefield vanishes, replaced by a quiet, pristine hallway. Dojin stands alone, bewildered by this sudden change of scenery. He realizes in shock that all the broken walls and floors have returned to normal. Sorang appears, calmly telling him the danger is over and he can relax. He stares at his empty hands, stunned that his rifle has simply vanished. When Sorang offers to explain, he quickly declines, clearly overwhelmed by the day's events. He hangs his head, muttering that he just came here for a day's wage, not this. Deciding he's had enough, he turns to leave, telling her he's heading out. But Sorang appears in front of him, blocking his path. She holds out a mysterious black envelope sealed with red wax. She tells him to tear it open if he ever changes his mind and wants to see her again. A slight blush on her cheeks, she admits she hopes it won't be too long. With a final, lingering look, she bids him farewell until they meet again. Crash! The scene violently shifts to a fiery car wreck on a dark, rainy night. Inside the overturned vehicle, a family lies bloody and unconscious. A badly wounded man whispers the names Dojin and Yejin before losing consciousness. Ugh. Dojin cries in his sleep, calling for his mom and dad as a hand gently wipes his tears with an ice cube. A woman's hand counts down from 3 before dropping the glowing ice cube right onto his chest. Cold. He jolts awake with a yelp, completely baffled by the freezing sensation. A young woman with short gray hair scolds him, reminding him that he's the one who asked her for a wake-up call. His eyes drift to his desk, where the black envelope from Sorang now rests. His sister tells him to hurry up and get ready for breakfast. As soon as she leaves, Dojin slumps in despair, crushed by the weight of hospital bills he still can't afford. The next morning, Dojin checks his phone, nervously wondering how much money he received for that insane job. Ka-ching! A notification confirms a deposit of 5 million won has been sent to him. His face says it all. That's a life-changing amount of money, and he is absolutely shell-shocked. Later at breakfast, he's still dazed, stammering about the 5 million as a young woman with gray hair watches him, completely baffled, still lost in thought while brushing his teeth. His sister wonders from the doorway what has gotten into him today. Ouch. His shock finally costs him as he brutally stubs his toe on a doorframe. At her desk, the gray-haired girl lets out a heavy sigh, finding his strange behavior unbearable. Dojin collapses to the floor, clutching his foot and whining about the pain. His eyes land on the mysterious black envelope as he remembers the white-haired woman saying it held the same amount of cash. He hesitates for a moment, sweating as he contemplates whether he should just open it and see for himself. A flashback shows her handing him the envelope, telling him to find her if he changes his mind about the job. Her confident smirk in the memory seems to dare him to take the offer. Back in his room, he dismisses the idea that she could find him, scoffing at how she'd ever know his address. Rip. Deciding he'll just ignore her if she shows up, he tears into the envelope anyway. A woman's voice suddenly speaks from inside his room, calmly noting that he's opened it. The envelope, she finishes, as Dojin freezes in pure, unadulterated terror. He rips his blanket away to find the white-haired woman lounging comfortably in his bed, looking right at him. Dojin lets out a blood-curdling scream, his mind completely blown. He stumbles backward onto the floor, demanding to know how long she's been hiding in his room. Just then, a knock at the door. It's his sister, asking if he's okay after hearing his scream. As she announces she's coming in, Dojin panics, realizing he's about to be caught in a very awkward situation. The scene pulls back to the apartment building as his sister's voice calls out to him. She throws open the curtains, revealing Dojin hiding under his blanket as he yells at her to knock first. She sarcastically knocks on the air, asking if her dear Oppa is satisfied with her manners now. She reassures the blanket lump that his big-hearted younger sister can respect his privacy, completely misunderstanding the situation. Hiding from the world, Dojin remains silent under his covers. He peeks out, face flushed with embarrassment, deciding it's way better for her to misunderstand than to know the truth. A stunning shot reveals the white-haired woman, now dressed in a chic white turtleneck and black skirt, waiting patiently. To avoid any more awkward encounters, they relocate to a nearby brunch cafe. Dojin sips his drink, blushing as he explains he had to get out of the house to avoid his sister, Yejin. His attention is caught by the cafe's TV, which is running a breaking news report. Assemblyman Kim Hangshik has died in a car accident. Stunned, Dojin realizes this is the very same man the giant monster wolf was targeting. The white-haired woman confirms it, explaining he was killed that morning in a car-ramming accident right in front of the hospital. She adds that he died the same way he used to murder people, and Dojin can only think that the man got what he deserved. She then thanks him for defeating the wolf, explaining that now Hangshik's soul will face the judgment of hell's laws. The word hell makes Dojin sweat, the reality of his new job sinking in. Finally getting a chance to ask, he looks her dead in the eye and demands to know what exactly she is. She sits in serene silence, a glass of red wine resting before her on the table. Dojin internally freaks out, wondering if she's just a crazy woman, but then he remembers the giant wolf in magic circles. Cutting through his thoughts, she asks him to make his decision about the job. Taking a sip of wine, she introduces herself, stating she carries out the duties of a chasa. She holds her glass with an air of ancient authority, a being far beyond his comprehension. She explains that her power as a Xinjiang is too great for simply guiding souls. Their real job is the protection of souls. Dojin connects the dots, asking if their job is to protect human souls from monsters like the wolf, and she confirms with a simple yes. She reveals a shocking truth. These monsters aren't natural creatures, but are born from the collective sins of humanity. A flashback shows a brilliant explosion of divine blue energy in a lush forest. The energy coalesces around a powerful figure, unleashing a devastating blast. From the blast emerges a muscular man with white wolf ears, a tail, and glowing red tattoos radiating immense power. The wolf-eared man stands calmly, steam rising from his shoulder as if from a fresh wound. A young girl watches him walk away as he lets out a booming, triumphant laugh. The invincible Master Knight Frost admits his shame. He lost a match to a lowly human. Elsewhere, a smirking boy with blonde cat ears mocks someone's old-fashioned training methods. The muscular wolf-eared man from before, Master Knight Frost, tells the boy, Summerstar, to get out of the tree and show some respect. Wink. Summerstar just calls him sensitive. He drops to the ground, questioning how the legendary warrior could have possibly failed his hunt. The Wolfman insists he didn't fail, he's just a warrior who kept a promise, but Summerstar calls him an old-fashioned age. Kicking a rock, the Wolfman asks what an age is, a term for a stereotypical middle-aged man. Yes, people like you, Summerstar confirms, taking a confident stance. Completely misunderstanding, Master Nightfrost assumes Ajay is a compliment for excellent warriors as he deflects a surprise attack. Summerstar bursts out laughing as the Wolfman insists he didn't lose, but simply honored the first scratch retreats rule, which is, still losing. As a terrifying wolf spirit manifests behind him, Summerstar sarcastically remarks, "Oh dear, how scary." His tone then shifts, informing the Wolfman that Mother wishes to hear about his failure in person. Master Nightfrost's anger vanishes, and he soberly agrees to visit their mothers soon. With his message delivered, Summer Star stretches and says he'll be on his way. He glances back with a cunning smirk, asking one last question about Dojin. Is he strong? Back in the cafe, the woman's explanation continues. These monsters are not natural beings, but are born from the sins of mankind. They are described as the ultimate predators, parasitic souls from outside the universe, poised to devour all of existence. She reveals they hunt corrupt humans like Assemblyman Kim to steal their tainted souls. Dojin reasons that if the monsters only target bad people, there's really no need to stop them. She closes her eyes, preparing to explain the much bigger picture, the very order of the universe. A cosmic vision illustrates the cycle of reincarnation, where souls ascend and shape the universal order. This is a fundamental law of creation, and at its very center lies the human soul. She explains that since it takes centuries for a new human soul to be born, they are the most precious essence in existence and must be protected. Dojin thinks it all sounds crazy, but after everything he's witnessed, he finds he can no longer deny it. A fleeting vision shows a different version of Dojin, a hardened soldier in a suit aiming a rifle with deadly intent. Back in the present, he stares at his hands, realizing the power of the light he created still lingers. The white-haired woman stands and leans across the table, placing an ancient scroll in front of him. She unrolls it to reveal depictions of judgment, explaining that human wickedness must be purified through Hell's system. Without this purification, this corruption slowly erodes the very fabric of the universe. A terrifying demonic face flashes into view, a sign that humanity's collective sins have already reached a breaking point. If they fail to send these wicked souls to hell for purification, she warns, their sins will accumulate and crack the cosmic order itself. She holds her wine glass, her expression deadly serious as she lets the gravity of her words sink in. Dojin sweats, admitting he doesn't have the luxury of worrying about universal destruction when he's struggling just to pay his sister's hospital bills. She acknowledges his story, but Dojin has heard enough and stands up to leave. He slams his hand on the table, challenging her. If she's a god, why can't she fight the monsters herself? She calmly explains that while they can easily destroy other monsters with divine power, the Makdooi, which are born from human sin, can only be defeated by human souls, their natural opposite. She clenches her fist, admitting their divine attacks are useless, which is why gods have borrowed human strength for over 1,000 years. In a flash, she grabs his hand, pulling him off balance as she declares that he possesses the talent and qualities of a soul guardian. Dojin is instantly flustered by the sudden contact, his heart pounding as he stammers an excuse. His face turns bright red as he panics internally. Just then, the worst possible person shows up at the cafe window, his sister Yijin. Dojin abruptly slams his forehead on the table in a panic, leaving the white-haired woman completely confused. As she leans in to ask what's wrong, he frantically tries to play it off. He looks up, still flustered, as a crucial idea finally clicks in his mind. He envisions his sister, Yijin, walking freely and happily, no longer suffering from lower body paralysis. Gripping her hand tighter, he tells her there's something he wants to ask. With dead serious eyes, he asks her the ultimate question. If you're really a god, can you completely heal my little sister's illness? He clasps her hands with both of his, making his final offer. If you can, then I'll do this job. She looks down at their joined hands, her expression unreadable. I truly sympathize with your sister's condition, she begins, but she flatly states the divine law. Gods are strictly forbidden from directly intervening in human affairs, even with good intentions. With a firm grip on his hands, she simply says, I'm sorry, crushing his last hope for a miracle. Dojin stares back in stunned silence, the weight of her refusal sinking in. She tells him it's fine, admitting she expected his request would be a difficult one to grant. Having lost his ultimate bargaining chip, Dojin pivots, making a new offer. Just cover his sister's medical bills. His expression is grim, but determined as he waits for her answer. With a slight, satisfied smile, she listens as he finally agrees. I'll do it. They sit in a quiet moment of understanding, their deal finally sealed. But Dojin's not done yet. He adds that he'd also like to live without worrying about daily expenses. Might as well shoot for the moon. With the negotiations complete, the scene pulls back from the Akio brunch cafe. Sometime later, Dojin and his sister Yejin share a quiet meal together at home. A flashback shows a much younger Dojin asking his sister if she ever misses their mom and dad. A younger Yejin, holding a book, asks why he's bringing it up so suddenly. She smiles reassuringly, telling him she doesn't need to, because he's filled the void their parents left behind just fine. Back in the present, Dojin is completely floored, wondering when his little sister got so emotionally mature, maybe even more than him. Looking at a framed family photo, he silently promises his parents he's taking good care of Yejin. At the same time, Yejin thinks to her parents, promising she's taking good care of her big brother. The scene transitions to a brightly lit shopping mall. Elsewhere, a blonde boy in a knit hoodie browses the shelves of a record store. It's Summer Star, humming a happy tune as he holds a black case. Suddenly, a tiny creature with glowing red eyes and demonic markings peeks out from between the shelves. The demonic mouse scurries onto a shelf, getting Summer Star's attention. Squeak. Summer Star playfully warns the creature to be careful, reminding it that normal humans are terrified of mice. The mouse bows apologetically as Summer Star asks it to be quiet so he can buy his music CD in peace. His tone shifting, he gets down to business, asking the mouse what it wants. The mouse pleads to be allowed to fight in the next hunt, but Summer Star shuts it down with a firm no. He then asks if it even knows what kind of person the new human protector is. The mouse confirms that they heard he's the human who used a gun to defeat Master Nightfrost. Summer Star smiles, explaining that's exactly why it's too dangerous, since one bullet could take each of them down. The mouse argues back, pointing out that unlike swords, a gun is useless once it runs out of ammo. A whole troop of demonic mice emerges, showing that their numbers far exceed any limited supply of bullets. A close-up on its fierce red eye reveals its conviction, reminding him that they all swore an oath. Summer Star sighs, acknowledging that regardless of the human's power, they all swore their lives for their mother and their race. With a dark, intimidating expression, he asks if they're truly saying they want to fight and die. The mouse declares its readiness to die alongside the 6 named warriors, like Master Nightfrost and Summer Star. Seeing their resolve, Summer Star's expression softens into a smile, and he agrees to their request, patting the mouse's head. The atmosphere turns grim as a single phrase hangs in the air the day of the hunt. The first week of training begins with Dojin running at sunrise while the white-haired woman observes. His feet pound the pavement, pushing his body to its limits. As she takes notes, she recalls her plan to analyze his physical condition and stamina. Dojin runs shirtless, covered in golden talismans and panting heavily. His new personal trainer is intense. He explains he's been measuring his sprint and long-distance records, with her effortlessly keeping pace. Completely exhausted, he begs to know if they can just measure everything all at once. She calmly explains that they need multiple data points based on stamina depletion to be accurate. Blushing and out of breath, Dojin listens as she says it's all to create an efficient physical training program just for him. She looks over her shoulder, telling him to trust her, because this is all for his sake. The two run on as the sun sets, his brutal training regime only just beginning. Later, in the gym, a trembling Dojin struggles to lift a heavy barbell, counting his reps. With a final, desperate heave, he completes the lift while she calmly watches on. "You've done well," she says, before immediately asking if they should increase the weight. There's no rest for the wicked, or the divinely employed. Ugh. With his muscles screaming, Dojin drops the barbell, the golden talismans barely holding him together. The third week of training focuses on his heart and lungs, leaving him completely floored while his trainer watches. Face down and trapped in a magic bubble, he gets a harsh lesson in breathing control. Nose only, expand the lungs. On the final day, Dojin can barely crawl up a hill as she waits for him at the top. His body trembles violently, his eyes wide with terror as he thinks, "I feel like I'm going to die." Pushing through the pain, he drags himself forward, gasping that he's almost there. With the finish line just inches away, his body finally gives out and he collapses. Cough, cough. He chokes on the dirt as she coolly informs him his time was over 2 minutes slower than yesterday. Just when he thinks it's over, she tells him to run to the mineral spring, and he worries he's heading to the afterlife instead. While he struggles to breathe, she ponders her next move by a wooden signpost. She makes him an offer he can't refuse. Get there in 10 minutes, and she'll grant him any one wish. That's all the motivation he needs. Fists clenched, Dojin finds a new reserve of strength. With newfound determination, he pushes himself to his feet, ready for the challenge. He takes off in a desperate sprint, his primal scream echoing through the forest. The empty park entrance stands silent, his fading screams the only evidence of his torturous run. Dojin finally makes it, his soul literally popping out of his body as he collapses at the finish line. The white-haired woman kneels beside him with a bottle of water, telling him he's worked hard. Although he missed the 10-minute mark, she explains his efforts weren't in vain, as the talismans on his back begin to glow. A wave of pink energy erupts as the seals dissolve, releasing the power he's built up over 3 weeks. With his physical conditioning complete, she declares it's time to start training his actual ability. They move to a quiet spot near a traditional Korean pavilion to begin the next phase. As Dojin gets dressed, she explains that his power comes from life force, a natural resource all humans possess. Confused, he asks what life force is, and she tells him it's commonly known as baek. Before they can train, she says they must first measure his maximum limit of baek. Whoosh! She holds up a golden talisman, which instantly ignites in her hand. She calls out to Sorang, ordering her to create a barrier to keep ordinary people out. A pulse of blue energy emanates from the ground at her feet. The energy expands into a massive hexagonal dome, enveloping the entire area. The glowing blue barrier seals off the park, including a row of fire extinguishers. The dome solidifies around a park sign, completely isolating them from the outside world. A pink magical seal is then placed over the top of the barrier for extra security. The white-haired woman explains that the moment he learns to use baek, he'll be stepping into a surreal, hidden side of the world, much to his alarm. She warns him to focus intently on his lessons if he hopes to survive the fight against the Makdooi. Elsewhere, a blonde girl in a maid outfit watches them on a screen, fuming that Dojin has been monopolizing Chosunim for 3 weeks. Bam! She slams her fists on the desk, furious that this new guy ruined all her fun plans with Chosunim. A spectral voice of the white-haired woman instructs Sorang to prepare for measuring baek, and the girl instantly snaps to attention. Using a stylus on a holographic interface, Sorang mutters about that guy named Dojin, vowing to see just how useful he really is. A promotional image teases a wider cast of characters, hinting at the epic scale of the battles to come. Tapping her screen, Sorang focuses her thoughts on Lee Dojin, ready to judge his performance. Back in the park, Dojin kneels obediently before the white-haired woman, prepared for his first lesson. She instructs him to start simple by using his power to create a small metallic cube. He reaches out, channeling his energy as he concentrates on forming a small lump of metal. With a flash of blue light, a perfect glowing cube materializes before him. Now for the hard part. She tells him to keep the cube the same size, but increase its weight as much as possible. Dojin strains, pouring more and more energy into the small cube as it glows brighter. The white-haired woman looks on in complete shock, stunned by the amount of power he's generating. She quickly forms a pink magical sigil to measure the incredible energy output. From the sigil emerges a floating drone with a cat-like face, ready to begin its analysis. The cat drone hovers between them, its sensors locked on Dojin as the test officially begins. With intense focus, the young man's blue eyes narrow in concentration. A strange pink line connects to his head. As Sorang explains, it's measuring his baek, telling him to just keep going. A futuristic display whirs to life, rapidly calculating his power level. Monitoring from another room, an observer notes his score is over 90 and suggests they should probably stop soon. But Sorang disagrees, confidently stating that his power level is going to climb even higher. Her blonde assistant is stunned when Sorang tells her to wait until the value hits 180. As an incredulous 180, flashes blue energy erupts from the cube in Dojin's hands. Sorang calmly asks him if he's feeling any physical changes from the immense power output. He looks back, confused, and says he feels completely fine, asking if something is wrong. She reassures him that's normal, explaining that depleting his life force, or baek, won't cause any immediate physical symptoms. Dojin breathes a sigh of relief, but Sorang firmly cuts him off, warning that the lack of physical signs is precisely what makes it so dangerous. Elsewhere, the blonde assistant watches the test unfold on a holographic screen with growing concern. Her eyes widen in disbelief as she whispers, "No way." Sorang reveals there's only one warning sign. Just before he completely runs out of baek, he'll get a nosebleed. She emphasizes that this is the absolute final warning, before his life force is entirely depleted. When Dojin asks what happens if he pushes past the nosebleed, she explains he'll start burning through his han instead. A candle representing Lee Dojin's life flickers, as she warns that using his on will directly shorten his lifespan. Sorang gravely concludes that draining his baek is a silent killer, shaving years off his life without him even feeling it. Her piercing magenta eyes glint with understanding. Her assistant suddenly panics, shouting that his power level has already skyrocketed to 170. Watching the monitor, the blonde girl nervously sees the counter hit the target of 180. But it doesn't stop, blowing past 180 and hitting a shocking 200. Just as a trickle of blood runs from his nose, Sorang places a hand on his shoulder and tells him to stop. He collapses forward, completely drained, as the last of the blue energy fades away. Blushing, Dojin wipes his nose as Sorang praises him for doing well. She hands him a handkerchief, reminding him to never forget the sensation of the nosebleed, his only warning sign. He smiles warmly, holding the cloth to his nose. Curious, Dojin turns to Sorang and asks what his final power level was. The blonde assistant stares at the final reading on her screen, utterly speechless. She can't believe her eyes as the number 274 flashes before her. Looking at the monitor, she confirms the final unbelievable value, 274. She asks the holographic Sorang how she could have possibly known his limit would be that high. On the screen, Sorang's image offers a gentle, knowing smile. Sorang begins to explain the true reason behind Dojin's immense power. She reveals that he inherited it from someone named Yuji. A flashback shows a dying man, Yuji, making a final plea for someone to take care of his little sister, Yejin. Dojin recalls his own parents' final words, asking him to take care of his sister. Sorang explains that when someone makes a desperate, dying wish, their life force, their baek, can be passed to the person who accepts that wish. In that moment of death, the spirit's baek flows into the one who stood by them. She tells him this sacred transfer is known as carrying on one's will. His hand hovers over a solid black cube that is materialized before him. As he picks it up, he feels its immense weight, realizing this is the legacy his parents left him. Sorang helps him to his feet, explaining that the weight he feels is a reflection of the sincere life he has lived. She holds his hand gently, telling him his parents would be proud. The emotional weight hits him, and he abruptly jumps to his feet, leaving Sorang kneeling in surprise. He quickly turns and walks away, trying to regain his composure. Splash. He dunks his head with a basin of cold water. Guess that's one way to deal with your feelings. He laughs nervously about the sudden heat, trying to play it cool, while Sorang watches with a deadpan expression, shivering and blushing. He's clearly flustered by the emotional moment. Sorang informs him that training is over for the day and it's time for him to head home. A voice tells a blushing Dojin he should probably do something about his puffy eyes before he leaves. The scene shifts to a bright, sunlit cityscape. The focus lands on a modern apartment building under a clear blue sky. At home, as Dojin ties his shoes, his sister Yejin notes that his casual clothes don't look like he's heading to work. He awkwardly announces he's leaving, and she waves him off, telling him to be careful since it rained last night. As he goes, a worried expression crosses Yejin's face. Dojin walks alone down the quiet street, lost in thought. He recalls the promise he made with the white-haired woman. He thinks about the special life force, or baek, his parents left behind for him. He remembers her explanation. When a dying person makes a desperate wish, their life force flows into the person who truly wants to grant it. A scene showing his parents' final moments. This sacred inheritance, called carrying on the will, makes him realize he and Yejin aren't truly alone. Just knowing that brings a small, determined smile to his face. Suddenly, a massive blue energy field activates as the system announces mobile training mode on. A holographic notice explains a 500-meter barrier is being generated to keep civilians out. Dojin glances nervously at something just out of frame. It's the cat-faced drone, which orders him to stay still for a physical assessment. The drone buzzes around him as Dojin stands there, clearly unamused. A bead of sweat rolls down his face as he realizes he's heard that high-pitched voice before. He turns to see the white-haired woman, now in a sleek black outfit with her hair in twin tails, and he can only stammer out, "What? Already?" He panics, admitting he has no idea how to fight monsters yet. She just smiles and tells him not to worry. She assures him they won't be starting with actual monsters, as a small black cat leaps into the scene. Wham! The cat makes a surprisingly heavy landing. It lands with a splash, kicking up water and sand. Dojin stares in shock, a flicker of recognition in his eyes. He remembers seeing this very same cat being petted by another man. "That cat from back then?" he exclaims, finally placing it. She explains the cat is a spirit beast that forces criminals to confess the truth, warning him that one bite will make him spill all his secrets. "Does this cutie bite people?" Dojin asks playfully, only to be told it can't harm ordinary humans. She then drops the bombshell. Thanks to his new powers, he's no longer considered an ordinary human. She reminds him of the moment his power first awakened when he materialized his weapon. He reaches for the cat anyway, noticing his stats changing, just as its tiny teeth sink into his finger. "Ouch!" he cries, but it's too late. The truth comes pouring out as he blurts out that he couldn't stop staring at Chosunim's stockings. The cat drone goes berserk, screaming, "What about our Chosunim's stockings? Want to get beat to death?" Dojin begs the cat to let go, but it just meows defiantly, holding on tight. Playing dumb, Chosunim glances back and asks if there was something on her stockings. He tries to deny everything, but the drone gives him an ultimatum: fake memory loss or die. Tough choice. "Bite him to death, damsel!" the drone commands, and the now-named cat lets out a furious meow. Dojin backs away nervously as the angry cat circles him, hoping this is all just a joke. Chosunim calmly clarifies that this is no joke. Subduing the spirit beast is today's training objective. She explains that their enemies often take human form, so this is crucial practice. Dojin clenches his fist, reminding himself that even a spirit beast is still just a cat. He lunges, but the cat is impossibly fast, dodging his every move. "A cat is just a cat," he yells, right before getting completely owned and sent flying. Defeated and covered in scratches, Dojin kneels on the ground in silence. As he apologizes, Chosunim scolds him, revealing she hadn't even activated sparring mode yet, while the drone cackles that he got what he deserved. Chosunim picks up the now purring damsel, who seems quite pleased with itself. She sets the cat back down on the ground, ready for round 2. With sparring mode now active, she tells him he can finally fight without holding back. Chosunim announces with a smirk that she's switched the training barrier to full-on sparring mode. She assures a winded Dojin that any injuries sustained here aren't real, as everything will be restored once the barrier is released. Alright, time for a strategy, he thinks, clenching a fist that glows with blue energy. With a flash of light, he materializes his ultimate weapon, a cat toy. Elsewhere, Sorang screams in fury through the drone, calling him a complete idiot. As a system notice tells him to put the toy away, Damsel the cat seems to take a sudden, intense interest. Before he can react, Damsel snatches a different cat toy from his hand and dashes away. The spirit beast's paws tread menacingly, signaling a dangerous shift in mood. A system notification warns that the toy has awakened Damsel's unstoppable hunting instincts. With a terrifying meow, the now demonic-looking cat lunges forward, its eyes glowing with red fury. Dojin screams in terror, wondering if he's fighting a cat or a full-blown demon. He wisely yeets the toy away, hoping to distract the tiny monster. Chosunim watches calmly as Dojin gets chased around the arena by the enraged spirit beast. She thinks to herself that while the idiot deserves a beating for provoking the cat, this is at least a chance for some realistic combat training. The chase is on as Dojin flees for his life from the surprisingly fast feline. The drone notes that his 3 weeks of training were worth it, as his ability to sprint at full power has greatly improved. While running, he panics, asking how on earth he's supposed to subdue this cat. The drone informs him he can't win with his bare hands and announces it's time to explain how to fight using back. A system window explains Baek's 3 combat attributes: will, determination, and divinity, and its absolute defense against supernatural powers. To use Baek in combat, its attributes must be changed to one of the 3, as Damsel powers up with a dark aura. As the demonic cat closes in, Dojin can only scream one thing: fuck. He asks if he can use the will attribute, but the cat drone shuts him down with a blunt hell no. Desperate, he begs for a quick lesson on how to win, promising to study the theory later, and the drone reluctantly agrees. Whoosh! A massive red energy beam erupts from the cat's mouth, forcing Dojin into a panicked dive. Damsel stares ahead, looking far more menacing than any house cat should. Dojin is stunned that the cat is shooting mouth beams, and the drone explains that as a spirit beast, Damsel has the power to subdue demons. The drone adds that if he trains the determination attribute, he'll be able to use similar combat spells. The tiny black cat now sits calmly in front of a small puddle on the ground. With another fierce meow, Damsel unleashes a concentrated blast of energy. The puddle instantly vaporizes from the sheer heat of the attack. Dojin watches in horror, shocked that the beam evaporated the water in a single shot. The drone explains the catch. The determination attribute requires years of steady training, making it useless for him right now. "Forget the theory," he screams, demanding to know how to beat the beam-shooting cat immediately. The drone apologizes for its lengthy explanation, while Damsel, eyes glowing red, focuses its destructive energy on a mouse toy. The drone tells him that since will and determination are too advanced, they'll try something else. It offers to teach him an attribute with destructive power equivalent to what he just witnessed, and Dojin desperately begs to learn it. As a pink light scans him, the drone introduces his next lesson, the divinity attribute. The drone starts another long-winded explanation, but Dojin just begs it to stop explaining and start helping. The situation intensifies as Damsel generates a swirling vortex of fire. The drone explains that divinity allows one to use Baek to create weapons, reminding him he already did it once when he made a firearm. This attribute is used by guardians of the soul to forge back-infused weapons powerful enough to damage the Makdooi. Damsel raises its paw towards the sky, summoning a massive pink magic circle. The cat's paw begins to glow and grow to an enormous size, infused with magical energy. The giant, glowing red paw comes crashing down towards a terrified Dojin. "Wait!" he yells, realizing this attack is seriously dangerous. He asks if he'll die, but the drone assures him he won't. He'll just feel the pain of getting his limbs torn off before being crushed. Bam! The colossal paw slams into the ground, creating a massive explosion of dirt and energy. Dazed, Dojin struggles on the ground, clutching his head in pain. He looks up and screams as another giant paw materializes above him, ready to strike again. Scrambling to his feet, he realizes he can't keep dodging. His body is already at its limit. With no other options, Dojin braces himself, deciding to take the cat's massive attack head-on. Bam! Damsel the demon cat slams down from above with incredible force. But just in the nick of time, Dojin materializes a massive riot shield to block the blow. The cat drone looks on, clearly shocked by his quick thinking. Watching remotely, a blonde girl calls his move not bad, while Chosunim on site praises him for a job well done. The drone explains that by materializing the shield, he managed to block the attack without any formal defensive skills. This creative use of his power, the drone notes, can even act as a substitute for the advanced will attribute. Realizing he's just solved his defense problem, Dojin stands with renewed confidence. A plan forms in his mind as he masters his materialization, summoning both a shield and a rifle, declaring, "All right, now it's my turn." Watching on a monitor, Chosunim and the drone wonder if he can truly combine two items to get two different spell effects. The drone reasons that his power is still basic, and that spells usually offer far more than just making weapons. Self that Guardians have typically only ever created simple weapons like swords and spears. But unlike them, she muses, Dojin can create complex modern firearms with incredible speed and precision. She tells him that for now, conjuring modern weapons is his best bet, as they can match the power of techniques that take years to master. Dojin gears up, materializing a slick rifle and shield combo. Suddenly, an entire legion of demonic black cats with glowing red eyes charges at him. He struggles to land a shot on the tiny, agile target, and Damsel slams into his shield with overwhelming force. The sheer power of the blow sends Dojin flying backward across the field. Crash! He smashes into the ground, completely overwhelmed by the tiny terror. Lying defeated, he sighs, admitting that just a gun isn't going to cut it. As he's down, a massive, fiery demon skull aura erupts from the tiny cat with a terrifying meow. But a spark of an idea hits him as he reaches a hand out from the ground. With intense focus, he stares down the demonic cat, thinking he just needs to get a little closer. The cat takes the bait and leaps forward for the final blow. "Let's see if you can dodge this," he thinks, unleashing a new unexpected attack from his glowing hand. With a final surge of power, he shouts his command, "Waterfall." An enormous torrent of water erupts from the ground, completely drenching the demon cat. The cat's reaction is priceless, utter shock as it gets washed away, letting out a panicked squeal. A tidal wave of his own creation sweeps across the entire training ground. As the water settles, a perfectly formed cage materializes, trapping the soaked and defeated spirit beast. Exhausted but triumphant, Dojin lies back with a satisfied smile. He looks over to see the cat, now safely contained, and knows he's won. Elsewhere, the blonde girl watching the simulation jumps out of her chair screaming, "Did you just create water?" She marvels that creating a formless liquid like that should require far more advanced training. Even Chosunim is stunned, wondering how he's already so skilled after only using his power twice. She concludes that his talent with the divine attribute is on a whole other level, far beyond what's considered normal. With the training complete, the scene transitions away from the simulation. Now, in a quiet park, the drone floats beside a sleeping damsel and praises Dojin's excellent performance. Sitting on a bench, Chasanim admits she's impressed by his clever strategy for subduing the spirit beast. Dojin blushes, thinking about the old saying that meeting a cat who likes water is a once-in-a-lifetime blessing. Chasanim cheekily reminds him that even a gifted cat hates water, implying it was an obvious weakness. She ends the day's training but gives him a homework assignment for the next 3 days. She presents him with a thick encyclopedia of modern weapons, telling him to memorize their structures. Handing him the book, she explains that she's already marked the important sections for him. He opens it to a page filled with complex schematics for grenades. Looking a little overwhelmed, Chasanim assures him that the bayek he spent will fully recover after a day of rest. He checks his status bars, realizing bayek is essentially just his MP bar for the real world. She then drops a bombshell. A villain with depleted bayek has just been spotted, and he needs to be ready to deploy anytime. She orders Sorang to pull up the target's information. A profile appears for a woman named Ju Jin Hee, whose bayek is critically low, making her a prime target for the Makdooi. Dojin puts the pieces together after their intense training session, and Chasanim simply confirms his realization with a yes. With a serious expression, she announces their first official mission together as partners. The scene shifts to a massive, modern ME corporate building looming under the dark city sky. Inside, a woman with auburn hair scoffs at photos on her desk, complaining that none of the girls are pretty enough for her. She tosses aside one photo, deciding against messing with a girl whose grandfather is a lawyer, too much potential trouble. With a smirk, she selects 2 other photos, deciding they look like they'll be fun enough to mess with. On the phone, she orders a manager Kim to bring girls number 3 and 8 to the club that night. When the manager protests about a debut recording, she fires back, completely unconcerned with their careers when she's trying to have fun. Wham! She slams her hand on the desk, threatening to ruin their debut if he doesn't send the girls immediately. Her face contorts with rage, fuming after asserting her dominance over the phone. Composing herself, she tells her secretary to get the car, announcing she'll be joining the fun at the club tonight. As she packs her purse, she slips in a small bag of white powder, thinking to herself that this should be enough for her plans. Watching from outside, another figure keeps an eye on the office as the secretary makes a call. Elsewhere, a mysterious blonde boy with cat ears looks out over the city, vowing to devour the wicked woman for all she's done. A promotional page for the series showcases its stunning artwork and directs fans where to find more chapters. The next day arrives, transitioning the story to a new scene under a bright moonlit sky. Back at his desk, Dojin closes the weapons encyclopedia, admitting to himself that the advanced techniques are way beyond his current skill level. He recalls the complicated instructions from the book, like infusing energy into his own spinal cord, and shudders. Focusing his energy, he begins to practice, channeling a brilliant blue light between his hands. He realizes the divinity attribute is a much better fit, since his lifelong passion for crafting things makes materialization feel natural. Clenching his fist, he notes how much lighter his body feels now that his bayek has fully recovered from yesterday's training. Later that night, Dojin, now in a sharp suit, is stopped by his sister, who asks where he's going. He stammers out a lie about a funeral. His sister gives him a deadpan look, delivering a critical hit, "You don't have any friends, Appa." Sweating nervously, he insists it's a new friend, his lie clearly falling apart at the seams. His sister takes a sip from her mug, her thoughts drifting to the name, Damsel, which she finds cute. The scene finds Dojin and Chasanim waiting in a fancy hotel lobby, poised for their mission. Dojin tries to hide behind a magazine, claiming he isn't nervous, but Chasanim points out that the violently shaking table says otherwise. He admits that this time is different. He wasn't prepared before, but now he knows exactly what he's walking into. Chasanim calmly advises him to relax, assuring him that their target will be arriving shortly. Taking a deep breath, Dojin tries to steel his nerves, knowing that panicking now won't help. His focus is broken when he sees a price tag in the magazine for $850, exclaiming that a single outfit costs more than 2 months of his rent. He then looks up in disbelief, realizing Chasanim is wearing that exact same designer outfit. She casually explains that her secretary in the divine realm designs clothes that match the fashion of the human world. Dojin connects the dots, realizing her secretary must be Sorang, the voice from the drone, and Chasanim confirms it. She elaborates that Sorang is a fashion fanatic who materializes outfits from magazines using powerful spells. Blushing, Dojin realizes her entire wardrobe is magic and admits he's a big fan of the styles in her magazine. Chasanim smiles, promising to pass his compliments along to Sorang, who will surely be thrilled. Her demeanor shifts to deadly serious as she announces the arrival of their target, a human whose evil deeds have gone far beyond their limit. Dojin asks where, and she directs his gaze to the hotel entrance. Chasanim identifies the auburn-haired woman as Ju Jin-hee, the 39-year-old managing director of a massive media conglomerate. When Dojin asks about the man with her, Chasanim chillingly refers to him as her current prey. She explains Ju Jin-hee's twisted method, luring aspiring celebrities with false promises of fame and success. She toys with her victims like dolls, only to discard them once she grows bored. Her cruelty doesn't end there. She systematically destroys their lives with fabricated scandals, reveling in their despair. A close-up reveals her terrifying, evil grin, the face of a true predator. The drone displays Ju Jin-hee's critically low Baek level, warning that she's one misstep away from becoming Makdooi prey. Chasanim explains that as humans commit evil acts, their protective Baek weakens and eventually fades. Once they cross a certain threshold of evil, their corrupted soul becomes a beacon for dark entities. A sinister, snake-like demon looms behind an oblivious evildoer, illustrating the fate that awaits them. Chasanim delivers the final prophecy. Ju Jin-hee's life will end tonight in this very hotel, hunted down by the Makdooi. Chasanim gives the order. They have 30 minutes left, and it's time to follow their target. Dojin notes that since the Makdooi haven't opened a barrier yet, they still have some time to act. As they wait together in a line, Dojin looks visibly nervous next to a perfectly composed Chasanim. She asks if their room is on the 12th floor too, and a flustered Dojin stammers out a yes. Ju Jin-hee approaches, complimenting Chasanim's looks and asking if she has an agency, to which she gets a blunt no. Not taking no for an answer, Ju Jin-hee hands over her Emmy business card to introduce herself. She tries to scout Chasanim on the spot, telling her she has star potential and should visit her agency. Chasanim shuts her down instantly by grabbing Dojin's arm and declaring, "This man here is going to marry me." Ju Jin-hee looks genuinely disappointed, lamenting that such beauty is going to waste on marriage. Turning to her male companion, she advises him to quit smoking for his skin and promises to get him a royal coffee. The man questions the coffee sponsorship, but she coldly reveals his ex-partner will soon be ruined by a gambling scandal she orchestrated. When her companion asks how she knows, she smugly boasts that she knows everything in the industry. Listening in, Dojin realizes this is her cruel method for churning through her victims. Dojin and Chasanim follow the predatory duo down the hotel corridor. He asks a crucial question. If they stop the Makdooi, how is Ju Jin-hee destined to die tonight? Chasanim admits they don't know the exact cause of death, only that it's not by disease or suicide. A cosmic montage of clocks explains that even a predetermined lifespan doesn't have a known, exact end time. Dojin anxiously wonders if a major accident is about to happen at the hotel. She reassures him it's not a mass casualty event, otherwise Grim Reapers would be swarming the place already. A sudden thought strikes Dojin, and he wonders if Ju Jin-hee's death will be caused by one of her victims. Chasanim confirms it's highly likely she'll be killed by someone she wronged. In a panic, Dojin points down the hall, realizing one of those victims could be here right now. He declares they have to intervene and stop someone from becoming a murderer. But a dark vision presents another option. Let the murder happen, and they can collect the soul before the Makdooi even arrive. With a new path revealed, a voice presents him with the ultimate choice. Chasanim stares at him intently, waiting for him to make the call. Dojin weighs the terrible options. Should he stop the murder, or let it happen to secure the soul? Chasanim puts the burden entirely on him, stating she'll follow his decision. She warns him that if he chooses to stop the murder, they'll have to reveal themselves to the target. He understands the risk. If they show themselves, the Makdooi hunting the woman will spot them first. Chasanim looks on with unwavering focus, ready for his command. Again, the unknown nature of fate is emphasized. The exact cause and time of death remain a mystery, even when the end is near. With sudden resolve, Dojin grabs Chasanim by the shoulders. He makes his choice. He's going to prevent both tragedy as the soul being stolen and an idle trainee becoming a killer. Steeling himself, he decides he'll find a way to save them both from their grim fates. He thinks of Jujin Hee's victims, kids his age, or even younger, who had their dreams of stardom crushed. He envisions their torment, exploited by a monster like Jujin Hee, until one was pushed to seek revenge with a knife. Gripping her shoulder, he pictures the two terrible outcomes he's now determined to prevent. He looks down at her, his mind made up, and his path clear. Seeing his determination, Chasanim gives him a gentle, approving smile. Dojin immediately blushes, realizing he got carried away and wondering if he surprised or upset her.
He panics internally, thinking that even though she touched him first, he might have crossed a line. He worries she'll think he had ill intentions, then hilariously questions if he really has no ill intentions. Chasanim glances at him with a subtle, knowing smirk as he internally combusts next to her.
She surprises him by asking if he's worried about the trainee, calling him a kind person. Blushing furiously, he quickly agrees, insisting he was definitely not thinking about anything else at a time like this. She praises his good heart, explaining that human back the power to repel evil strengthens with good deeds. She encourages him to keep his good heart, promising it will make him even stronger. He's completely baffled, wondering how she didn't read his less-than-pure thoughts with her telepathy. He starts sweating, misinterpreting her advice as a direct warning not to have any impure ideas about her.
Chasa feels no sign of a Makdooi barrier yet, telling Dojin they need to hurry. Dojin recalls the wolf from his last encounter, realizing Makdooi always used these barriers. A flashback reveals the monstrous wolf form Makdooi take, hiding in human form until they trap their prey in a barrier. Chasa explains that a Makdooi's barrier is a pocket dimension, completely separate from our time and space. Inside, time freezes, and all damage is erased when the barrier disappears, allowing them to hunt without a trace. However, she reveals that the barrier's opening creates a unique psychic wave, giving them a perfect chance to strike. Suddenly, a man in a hoodie sprints past them, screaming hysterically about a murder. Dojin recognizes him as the idol who was with Jo Jin-hee, while Chasa prepares a pink energy spell. Zap! She hurls the glowing pink projectile down the hall. The idol trainee freezes in his tracks, completely dazed by the spell. A massive pink magic circle materializes in the hallway, stunning Dojin. Chasa orders Sorang to erase the man's memories and send him home. A cat-faced drone zips away, confirming the order from Miss Chasa. Chasa explains it seems another idol trainee tried to attack Jo Jin-hee, and they need to move fast. Dojin rushes to the door of room 1205. Clack! He tries the handle, but realizes the door is locked. With a determined look, he decides there's no other way in. He declares an emergency, deciding to forge a fire axe to break down the door as Chasa stumbles behind him. Whoosh! He's suddenly engulfed in a fiery aura, ready to manifest his weapon. With the lock melted into slag, Chasa warns him to be careful of the hot metal as he enters. Dorjin announces room service as he enters, only to be met with a furious scream. Die! He sees a hooded figure trying to smother a woman on the bed, realizing it's a vengeful idol trainee. The attacker, a blonde man, snarls, "Die, you evil woman!" Dorjin grabs him from behind, yelling at him to stop before he ruins his life, leaving the attacker stunned. The man struggles wildly, threatening to kill Dorjin too if he doesn't let him go. As Dorjin restrains the attacker, Chasa watches from the side while the victim lies on the bed. The attacker screams that his life is already over because of her. Dojin and Chasa share a serious look as he holds back the enraged man. The woman on the bed clutches her throat, accusing them of working with the lunatic. The attacker shouts that her son framed him for drug possession, but she calls him crazy. She mocks him, asking what his drug bust has to do with her, as he vows to find evidence of the setup. She scoffs, taunting him that no one would believe his word anyway. Dorjin warns the trembling attacker to stop provoking her. The woman smirks, dismissing him as a talentless loser she was only briefly nice to. Enraged by her words, the attacker tries to lunge forward again, but Dojin holds him back, telling him to calm down. Dojin suddenly shouts that the woman's life is already over, her lifespan is ending today. His shocking declaration leaves both the attacker and the woman completely baffled. Dojin lets the attacker go, who collapses forward as the woman watches in confusion. She panics, demanding to know what's wrong with the man and what they did to him. As they drag the limp attacker away, she screams, demanding to know who they are. Chasa gives Dojin a subtle nod as they handle the situation. Dojin turns to the terrified woman and coldly announces they are here on behalf of the underworld. She laughs, mistaking them for prosecutors and condescendingly praising Chasa for studying hard. She threatens to drown them in a sea of high-powered lawyers, boasting about her connections. Chasa cuts her off, stating the only court she's going to is the lowest one there is. The woman smirks, daring her to try fighting back alone. Her confidence shatters as she watches in horror while the attacker's body begins to dissolve into blue light. As Dojin looks on, Chasa senses a change in the air, stating that it has just unfolded. A violent burst of purple energy erupts, and Chasa realizes the Makdoogi's barrier is finally here. She instantly springs into action, moving to protect the terrified woman from the new threat.
Dojin suddenly grips Chasanem, ordering her to erect a big shield big enough to cover 3 people. She narrows her eyes, sensing a powerful killing intent coming from the balcony window. Inside, Jujin-hee looks up in terror, clutching a talisman as a violent energy strikes. Chasanem's eyes flare with power, incinerating the talisman as she warns Jujin-hee to stay still, or the Makdoogi will claim her soul. Dojin drops to his knees and summons a glowing blue barrier, while Chasanem calmly tells the terrified woman she's about to get a one-way ticket to hell. Thump! With a swift move, she knocks Jujin-hee unconscious, catching her as she falls. Now huddled behind cover, Dojin confirms that the shield is finally up. Bang! Something slams into their shield with incredible force, startling Dojin. He peers over the edge and his eyes widen in shock. It's a knife embedded deep into the wall just inches from their cover. He quickly warns Chasanem not to stick her head out, but she just seems confused by his caution. With a cold, serious expression, she declares that the real fight is just beginning. Suddenly, the room is filled with a blinding barrage of purple energy projectiles. The assault intensifies, threatening to overwhelm them completely. Dojin panics, realizing they would have been turned into human pincushions without his shield, but a stray projectile breaks through, grazing his shoulder as he shields Jujin-hee. Ugh! He grunts in pain as Chasanem watches the attack unfold. Now carrying their target, he frantically worries about workers' comp for his sister, but Chasanem dryly reminds him it's all in the contract. As Dojin prepares to fight back, Chasanem summons a powerful divine item of her own. The item is revealed, a formidable demon-reflecting mirror. The ornate mirror floats in the air, crackling with golden fiery energy. She explains its power. It moves faster than a swallow to intercept any incoming blades. Her eyes are filled with unwavering resolve. The mirror unleashes a brilliant explosion of light, deflecting the storm of projectiles in an instant. The aftermath leaves the room smoldering, the mirror still hovering victoriously. Exhausted and battered, Dojin peeks out from their cover and asks if the coast is clear. He and Chasanem stand together, catching their breath after the relentless assault. A condescending voice echoes through the room, mocking them for needing human strength to fight Makdoogi, even with such a precious treasure. The source is revealed, a smug-looking boy with cat ears and a tail, who taunts Chasanem, calling her nothing special. The catboy tries to negotiate for their prey, but Chasanem cuts him off, calling out Dojin's name with cold command. No negotiations. Dojin summons his gun and immediately opens fire, forcing the catboy to dodge with a surprised, "Whoa." The catboy complains about being interrupted, admitting his intel was wrong. He didn't know Dojin could summon 2 bake weapons. But he quickly shrugs it off, revealing he didn't come to this fight alone. He introduces his trump card, specialized Makdoogis brought specifically to counter Dojin's weapons, as a zombie-like creature appears. The creature asks his master, Summerstar, to entrust the fight to him, and the catboy agrees, telling him to show them what he's got. The creature thanks his master as its body begins to horribly contort, a grotesque, smiling mask forming over its face. His body swells with pulsating tumors, and a small cursed rat drops from its tattered pants. Dojin realizes what he's up against. He knows his bullets are powerful, but it's a one-shot, one-kill deal, and there are way too many. A horrifying monster made of countless demonic rats emerges, taunting him to count his bullets because he'll definitely run out. The rat apocalypse is on as the screaming horde charges straight for them. Dojin takes aim and starts blasting away, picking off the demonic rodents one by one. He screams that there are too many to stop with guns, as one of the lead rats orders the horde to destroy their shield. Swarming together, the rats repeat the command, their glowing red eyes fixed on their target. In a bloody ritual, the rats form a demonic magic circle with their bodies. The circle glows with sinister red energy as they prepare their attack. A massive beam of energy erupts, blasting Dojin and sending him flying back. Just in the nick of time, Chasanim rushes forward, holding a shimmering talisman. She slaps it onto the wall, creating a massive blue defense barrier just as the tidal wave of rats crashes against it. Thrown back by the barrier, the rat horde screeches in confusion and anger. But they quickly discover the barrier is weak and begin gnawing their way through. Carrying the unconscious Jujin Hee, Chasanim states the obvious. The hastily made barrier won't hold for long. Thinking fast, Dojin says he'll deploy a new barrier across the hall so they can retreat. But the lead rat scoffs, boasting that a barrier without bake is a free meal it will devour in an instant. Thump, thump, thump. Chasanim sprints down the hall with Jujin Hee as Dojin provides cover. Dojin looks back in horror at the approaching swarm, wondering how they're supposed to fight that. The catboy, Summerstar, stands before his rat army and taunts them, declaring that running is useless. The demonic rats screech in unison, promising to gnaw through any defense with their front teeth. Summerstar echoes their vow with a smug grin, surrounded by shimmering golden energy. Nearer again, but Chasanim explains it's useless against Makdooi human bakeworks. A horrifying realization dawns on Dojin, as he asks if every single one of those rats is a Makdooi. Chasanim confirms his worst fears, admitting she's never seen a Makdooi colony before. Watching the rats sacrifice themselves to cast spells, she realizes they all share a single consciousness. Getting serious, Chasanim prepares a talisman to erect a formal defensive barrier around their room. She unleashes a whirlwind of talismans, which spin through the air like deadly blades. The talismans activate, forming a powerful pink magic circle that seals the doorway shut. Still aiming his rifle, Dojin asks if he can manifest a weapon with more stopping power. He admits that while he's considered it, he can only summon other firearms for now. He confesses that he only skimmed the weapon diagram she gave him and hasn't memorized any. Chasanim acknowledges that he at least looked at them, a thoughtful expression on her face. She looks at him with grave intensity, warning him that her new plan is risky. Dojin's face falls as he realizes that at this rate, they're going to be gnawed to death. Chasanim tells him to sit on the bed where Jujin Hee is lying, and he quickly obeys. From outside, the rat horde relentlessly chews at the magical barrier. The swarm screeches a unified command. Keep gnawing! She reveals her plan, to use his bake to hyper-awaken his brain, pushing it past 100 capacity so he can recall weapon diagrams with just a glance. He asks why they didn't try this sooner, and she explains it's an old martial arts technique for the body, not the brain. She elaborates on the danger. Unlike weapon manifestation, this technique continuously drains Bayek. A bloody warning appears. For him, the limit is 5 minutes, making it a last-ditch mutual destruction technique. With unsettling honesty, she admits that because of the high risk of failure, she can't guarantee success. Dojin notes her bluntness, and she replies that lying would be pointless in a situation like this. As the rats continue their assault, she calmly states that lying is meaningless. She gives him the first instruction for hyper-awakening. He needs a mind completely free of negativity, filled only with happy, positive thoughts. Placing a hand on his head, she channels a pulse of blue energy into him. She places both hands on his head, beginning the dangerous process of hyper-awakening his brain. His first happy thought? Making it rain, literally swimming in a sea of cash. He dreams of using the money to cure his sister, Ye-jin, completely erasing the risk of her paralysis. A comforting hand pats his head in his blissful daydream as he smiles. Chasanim watches with approval, noting that his awakening level is rising smoothly. His next thought takes a turn. He wants a normal, happy family. He fantasizes about coming home to Chasanim, who's cooking and greets him as honey. The fantasy blossoms into a vision of a happy, newlywed life, just the two of them surrounded by roses. Surprised, Chasanim feels his power spike and notes that his awakening level is rising rapidly. The daydream family grows as he imagines having 2 kids with her, a son and a daughter. He even considers getting a pet for the kids' emotional and social development. Looks like someone's been reading parenting blogs. Back in reality, Chasanim continues to pour glowing blue energy into Dojin's head. Her eyes widen in disbelief as she feels his awakening level spike impossibly fast. His ultimate happy thought concludes with a family picnic, complete with kids and a cat, as he thinks that's how you build a happy family. With her hands on his head, Chasanim begins the ritual, telling him to focus his concentration as she puts his brain into a hyper-awakened state. His fantasy immediately kicks in, picturing a cat-eared Chasanim calling him darling.
The daydream escalates to a steamy scene where she's in his lap, assuring him the kids are already asleep. As he looks at her lovingly, she whispers, "But honey." She pulls him in for a kiss, her shirt slipping from her shoulder as he sweats nervously. Her shirt falls to the floor, leaving little to the imagination. Snapped back to reality for a second, a flustered Dojin can only think, a third?
His wild imagination causes a massive surge of blue energy to erupt from him as his mind screams, a third. Watching from afar, Summer Star is stunned at their defensive barriers holding, admitting this god is on a whole different level. He smugly clarifies that he's not here to fight, just to enjoy the show. Polishing a small blade, the catboy wonders just how long they can possibly withstand his mice's assault. The rat horde relentlessly throws itself against the glowing blue magical barrier. Inside, Chasanim looks on with a surprised but pleased expression, muttering, impressive. Dojin is now fully hyper-awakened, his hair and body glowing with a powerful blue aura. The barrier, supercharged by his power, now actively repels the rats, zapping them with energy. The tidal wave of demonic rats is violently thrown back by the enhanced defense. Undeterred, the horde piles up against the doorway, a writhing mass of cursed rodents. The front line of rats screeches in agony as the barrier's energy burns them away. Feeling the pressure, the rats frantically decide to cast a spell to break through. Their combined magic results in a massive explosion against the barrier. As the attack intensifies, the horde's hive mind declares the barrier is almost broken and orders everyone to keep gnawing. It's working, massive crack begins to form in the center of the magical shield. A lead rat screams commands, urging the horde to hurry as the defense is about to fall. With a final push, a rat shrieks in triumph as the barrier shatters completely. But as the shield breaks, something flies out from the room, hitting one of the rats and making it cry out in pain. A small round object lands right in the middle of the confused swarm. The rats stare at the strange new object, wondering what just flew over. Boom! The bomb detonates in a flash, wiping out the center of the horde in an instant. A surviving rat recognizes the weapon with horror, a Jinshinro, and is shocked by its small size. The blast leaves a smoking crater and the charred remains of dozens of rats. Summer Star identifies the weapon as a modern Jinshinro, noting that it's his third one, and that his bake must be running low. As another explosion goes off, he scoffs that Dojin can't possibly keep making them. He concludes that the only real danger is the bake fragments, and if his minions can dodge those, they're fine. Leader Rat rallies the survivors, ordering them to ignore the bombs, spread out, and keep pushing forward. The horde surges again, chanting their new orders to spread out and break through the defenses. The lead rat confidently declares a couple of bombs are nothing, just as a rain of dozens more falls from the sky. Its confidence shatters into a single terrified squeak. It's not a couple of bombs. It's a full-blown aerial bombardment raining down on the cursed rats. Thinking fast, The lead rat orders the closest units to sacrifice themselves by wrapping their bodies around the heaven-shaking explosive shells. He commands them to block the deadly fragments in advance, a desperate gambit to survive. The loyal rats obey, swarming the falling bombs to smother the blasts with their own bodies. But inside, Chasanim has a plan of her own, holding up the golden demon reflecting mirror. A lone rat at the front lines is suddenly blinded by a brilliant light from the doorway. A powerful beam of concentrated light shoots from the mirror, racing down the hall. The beam acts as a remote detonator, igniting all the bombs at once and turning the rat's sacrifice into a fiery slaughter. Summerstar's jaw drops in disbelief, realizing they used the mirror's light to detonate all the explosives simultaneously. He curses as he surveys the smoking battlefield littered with his dead minions. A gritty survivor dismisses the loss as just a loud noise, reaffirming the strategy to smother the bombs to block the fragments. Rallying the remaining few, it declares they're no longer afraid now that they have a countermeasure and still have teeth to fight with. But their confidence is misplaced inside the room. A glowing Dojin is already manifesting another bomb, ready for round 2. The lead rat scoffs at the single explosive shell, assuming they've finally run out of baek. Thinking it's the same trick, he orders his minions to wrap their bodies around it once more. A few loyal rats obey the command, piling on top of the shell to smother the expected blast. They brace themselves, completely enveloping the device in a furry, sacrificial shield. But instead of an explosion, the shell erupts in a thick cloud of white smoke. The rats reel back in confusion and terror, screaming that it's a strange, white fire made of smoke. The smoke clings to their bodies like napalm, a fire that can't be extinguished as it burns them alive. From a rooftop, Summerstar identifies the substance as an unquenchable white fire, noting it's not a known type of sorcery. He narrows his eyes, wondering just how far Dojin's control over iron and fire truly extends. Musing over his promise not to interfere, Summerstar weighs his options with a contemplative smirk. His decision made, he steps into the smoldering, smoke-filled hallway to join the fray. Amidst the white phosphorus smoke, Chasanim tells the glowing Dojin to prepare the final weapon. She warns him to be careful from this point on, and he meets her gaze with grim determination. With his hair still blazing with blue energy, Dojin begins to manifest his ultimate trump card. A rat leader gives a gruesome order. Those with minor burns must cut away their own burning flesh to survive. He commands the others to use their bodies to shield their comrades from the spreading white smoke. Believing their foe is nearly out of energy, the surviving rats pile together in a defensive formation. The plan is simple: wait for the smoke to clear, then overwhelm him with their remaining numbers. But their huddle becomes a prison as a pink barrier materializes around them, trapping the entire swarm. Sheer panic erupts as the rats realize they're caught, screaming for a way to escape. Chasanim steps into view, confirming that she predicted they would cluster together just like this. She observes that their pride and hive mind made them predictable, leading them right into her trap. The rats realize they've been played, with the defensive barrier now turned into their own personal cage. The leader desperately clings to the belief that Dojin must be completely drained of baek after creating so many weapons. It vows to gnaw him to the bone with the rest of the swarm once they finally break free. The rat boasts they'll chew through the barrier in 3 seconds, but from inside the room, Dojin coolly retorts, 3 seconds is too slow. He reveals his final creation, a massive, fully manifested flamethrower, ready for action. Dojin and Chasanim stand before the trapped ball of rats, preparing for a barbecue. Chasanim places her hands on Dojin's head, channeling a final burst of energy into him. In his mind, her warning to use it carefully echoes as he prepares for the final attack. Dojin knows he's running on fumes. Maintaining the hyper-awakened state has nearly depleted his baek. He was only able to manifest 2 liters of fuel, enough for a meager 2-second blast, but he's confident it'll be enough, declaring that this battle ends with this single attack. Just as he's about to fire, Summerstar calmly walks into the ruined hallway. He calls the flamethrower a cheat, prompting a shocked Chasanim to yell at him for interfering. Tossing a knife in his hand, Summerstar casually explains that he had no intention of getting involved, but he changed his mind. He lunges forward, shattering the barrier trapping the rats, and declaring that Dojin must be killed. Standing over them, he boasts that breaking a simple barrier is nothing for a martial artist of his caliber. Summerstar unleashes a storm of throwing knives, warning Chasanim to get away from the man. Not missing a beat, Chasanim moves to intercept the deadly attack herself. The knives suddenly stop mid-air, caught in a swirling vortex of brilliant blue energy. In a flash of purple light, Chosanim deftly catches every single blade, moving with impossible speed. Even Summer Star is impressed, admitting he's surprised she managed to catch them all. A stunned Dojin can only ask, "What kind of woman are you?" as she stands there, holding the knives. Summer Star chuckles, remarking on how fiercely gods protect their partners, and musing that he can't tell who's the knight and who's the princess. Her point made, Chosanim lets the captured knives clatter harmlessly to the floor. She explains that since they're always short-staffed, every person is considered a great asset. Picking up a couple of surviving rats, Summer Star agrees, saying even his useless minions are precious, and announces their retreat. The rats protest, screeching that it's not over and that they can still fight for him. Summer Star cuts them off with a cold glare, telling the idiots to shut up because they've already lost. The blonde woman regards them with a sly, knowing smirk. A pink-haired woman suddenly materializes inside a glowing barrier, muttering that she must be having hallucinations. Seeing this, the black-haired man panics, realizing she woke up just as they were about to finish their mission. A blonde catboy, Summer Sun, grins, announcing that their prey is leaving the barrier and ordering his minions to finish her. Whoosh! He unleashes a swarm of cursed rats, promising a special name to the one who succeeds as the woman looks on in horror. Sensing the grave danger, the white-haired girl moves to intercept the attack. She shoves the black-haired man to the ground, shouting at him to lie down for a moment. The sheer force of the incoming attack shatters the golden ornaments in her hair. Her long, silvery hair flows as she braces for the impact. With a flash of intense energy, her magenta eyes begin to glow with immense power. She stands defiant, ready to face the overwhelming assault head-on. In a protective embrace, she shields the man with her own body as dozens of projectiles rain down upon them. They hit the ground hard, her body absorbing the full force of the brutal attack. Lying on the ruined floor, her eyes burn with unwavering determination. She quickly draws a glowing, rectangular artifact, preparing her countermeasure. A powerful shockwave of pink energy erupts from the artifact, blasting away the rats swarming the pink-haired woman. A glowing pink magic circle materializes on the ground from the power of the artifact. With the pink-haired woman now safe inside a new barrier, the white-haired girl explains she's created the most powerful holy defense she could. She admits she doesn't usually use such high output, but had to go all out against an enemy of unknown strength. The black-haired man stands beside her, listening as she explains the situation. However, she warns that because of its immense power, the barrier will only last for a few more minutes. The catboy, Summer Sun, casually strolls up to the barrier, noting that it can only last for 3 more minutes at most. He tests the barrier with a knife, and zap! The holy energy violently repels the blade. He recognizes it as a powerful holy barrier, musing that it was the same power that blocked Nightfrost's attack. Staring at the white-haired girl, he wonders about her identity, dismissing her actions as merely cute rather than truly impressive. Licking his blade, he contemplates whether she's a divine being of a much higher rank than he first believed. But then he discovers a loophole. The barrier only blocks supernatural beings, allowing him to shove the human woman right through it. Stumbling out, the disoriented woman groans, still convinced that everything happening is just a hallucination. Summer Sun realizes her delusion is the perfect opening for an attack. He plans his strike, confident that her inexperience makes her an easy target the moment she's fully outside the barrier. But a new, white-haired catboy appears, politely offering to escort Director Ju, much to her confusion. Summer Sun smirks, agreeing with his companion and urging the director to come with them. Panicked, the black-haired man and the white-haired girl yell for Director Ju not to go out there. The prosecutor's man recognizes the new arrival, warning the director that this catboy is just as dangerous as the last one. Desperate to keep her safe, the black-haired man reminds Director Ju that she personally recruited him as a trainee. She looks back at him, completely baffled, and asks if she really recruited him.
She then brutally states that she doesn't like tall kids, preferring small and cute ones like the blonde boy instead. The man is stunned, insisting that she called him cute during his audition. Unmoved, she replies that she has no memory of ever thinking his actions were cute.
Her words trigger something in him, and a strange blue energy begins to emanate from his hands. In a last-ditch effort, he manifests a giant blue ribbon on his head
and strikes a shy, cute pose.
The prosecutor's man is utterly appalled by the cringeworthy display. A tiny version of the director declares it's not cute at all, while the white-haired girl gushes over how adorable he is.
She gives him a reassuring look, telling him it's cute enough and that she likes it.
The prosecutor's man loses his cool, pointing and yelling, "What are you saying?" Before he can finish, a streak of blue light slashes across his face.
The white-haired catboy sends him flying, coldly stating that the word cute gives him chills. The prosecutor's man stares at his hand in shock, realizing it's covered in blood. Announcing he's leaving, the white-haired catboy lets Director Ju fall unconscious as his demonic rats look on, bewildered. A lead rat cries out in protest, calling after Ms. Summer-sun as their masters abandon the fight. Summer-sun smirks, noting with satisfaction that the barrier's time is up anyway. Surrounded by a swirling purple vortex in her rats, she coolly declares that this hunt was a failure. Back in the hallway, the black-haired man realizes the Makdooi can act outside their barriers, since theirs was withdrawn before they left. With blue energy dissipating from his hand, Dojin formally announces that the battle is completely over. The demonic rats, still smoldering, cry out in agony from the lingering pain of the white flames. But as the last of the embers fade, the confused rats check on their fallen comrades, wondering where the flames went. Summer-sun and her swarm stand before Dojin and the white-haired girl, the tension still thick in the air. Dojin states that since the fight is over, there's no need for any more meaningless suffering. Summer-sun scoffs, calling him a fool and asking why not just eliminate the threat now to make things easier next time. Unfazed, Dojin dismisses the idea with a wave of his glowing hand, saying it doesn't matter to him. A slow, knowing smile spreads across Summer-sun's face as she looks down. She gives the order to retreat, telling her minions to take care of the injured as they gather to leave. The rats assemble in a glowing purple circle, announcing to Ms. Summer-sun that they are ready to depart. Walking away from the duo, Summer-sun admits that at first she thought they would be sloppy opponents. With a parting glance and a sly grin, she promises to remember their scent for their next encounter. Whoosh! She and her minions vanish in a flash of purple light, leaving a final, "See you next time." In the now silent hallway, the white-haired girl and Dojin stand over the still unconscious prosecutor's man. Dojin turns to the white-haired girl and apologizes for letting the rats go without her permission. She reassures him, saying she's extremely pleased he doesn't hate the Makdooi, which makes her very happy. Gazing at an image of the suffering rats, she explains that she knows a kind-hearted person like him would be hurt. She continues, saying she completely understands that he couldn't bear to see the rats suffer after the battle was won. She adds that he probably wanted to repay the honor shown by the wolf-like Makdooi he faced before. Dojin panics internally, realizing he wasn't that concerned about the mice and had totally forgotten about the wolf. She continues to praise him, saying he keeps his promises even to an enemy, and that's why he let them go. He decides to just roll with it, thinking that at least he's projecting a good image now. He awkwardly asks her not to read his mind, which only piques her curiosity. The white-haired girl muses that while Dojin's kindness might be a hindrance in a fight, she gently places her hand on his chest, a warm energy flowing between them. In a vision of a vibrant green world, she explains that a good heart strengthens the soul, and the kindest people are often the strongest. Dojin is visibly moved by her profound words, his expression softening. She gives him a gentle, sincere smile, telling him she's truly glad he's such a kind person. Elsewhere, Summer-sun and her rat army leap through the night sky above a sprawling metropolis. Her lead rat hangs its head, apologizing to Ms. Summer-sun for their defeat. Summer-sun tells them not to blame themselves, praising them for fighting admirably against a stronger opponent. The rats look up at her as she tells them their efforts were enough. She reflects on the battle, noting that she underestimated Dojin because he wasn't a shaman, but he surprised her with a powerful divine partner. Hovering before the full moon, Summer-sun smirks, declaring that things are about to get a whole lot more interesting. In a quiet room, a young man in a cap is startled by a cat-faced drone, muttering that he needs to go home. A blonde girl with pigtails tells Chasa via a holographic interface that she has deleted the idol's memories and altered those of Jujin Hee. Outside, Chasanim praises a floating cat drone named Sorang for her good work, saying the boy will get home safely. Dojin checks a text asking for a new toothbrush and wonders how someone could possibly break one while brushing. Suddenly, a notification from the cat drone shocks him. Ju Jin-hee has died, and her Grim Reaper has already arrived. The cat drone, Sorang, suddenly flares up with anger, screaming at Dojin and calling him a brat. Sorang zips around his head, scolding him for not being polite, and addressing it as senior. As it continues its tirade about seniority, a flustered Dojin can only offer a sheepish apology. After it calms down, he asks Sorang how Ju Jin-hee died, and the drone happily prepares to answer. Sorang explains the cause of death was acute respiratory failure after she mistook the fight for a drug-induced hallucination. Dojin logically concludes that her drug use was to blame, but his deduction seems to set Sorang off again. The little drone gets right in his face, furiously asking who he thinks he is, trying to act smart to impress Chasa. It then quizzes him on complex orbital mechanics, leaving Dojin utterly baffled and wondering why it's being so mean to him. A voice off screen tries to calm Sorang by offering her favorite ice cream, and a system prompt shows even she's tempted. Hearing the offer, the blonde assistant cheers with excitement. Eagerly, she volunteers to handle the paperwork for someone named Ju Jin-hee. Dojin asks if Sorang dislikes humans, but the blonde assistant clarifies she's just excited about her first junior and is actually very kind. Outside the Ikeo hotel, Dojin asks if there's a convenience store nearby to get that ice cream. He decides to tag along, and the blonde assistant gratefully accepts his offer to show her the way. Dojin explains that the only place open this late is the convenience store right in front of the hotel. Inside the store, Dojin watches as Sorang wanders down an aisle. He picks up a hair tie, noting that a journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step, or in this case, a small gift. He finds Sorang blushing in the beverage aisle and points out that she's in the wrong section for ice cream. She ignores him, her eyes fixed on something on the shelf. Success! She triumphantly holds up a bottle of ceremonial alcohol, leaving Dojin utterly baffled. She says she's not sure if his sister will like the alcohol, but she also grabs some strawberry ice cream just in case. Dojin offers to pay for everything, calling it a performance bonus. He can't let her buy gifts for his sister, though. He awkwardly turns down her offer, saying the ice cream is more than enough. She understands. Outside, Sorang asks if they can walk to the bus stop together, and a flustered Dojin quickly agrees. As they walk, she compliments him on a job well done. He humbly gives her all the credit. She tells him that even though he must be tired, there's something important she needs to discuss. Her expression turns serious as she brings up the topic of retirement. She explains that, unlike in a normal job, retirement in their line of work is a much grimmer affair. In fact, she says, retirement for them is very likely to be death. She tells him to never be ashamed of running away from a fight. Even if it's mid-battle, his desire to stop fighting should be respected. Looking him in the eyes, she tells him that nothing is more precious than his own life. Dojin admits that while others fight for noble causes, his reason is simpler. He would give his life for his sister. Sorang recalls her past as a lone high-ranked warrior, fighting countless monsters by herself. She admits that having a partner with such a powerful personal motivation is a new experience for her. She promises that while his retirement will come one day, as his partner, she'll make sure it's not in the form of death. Brandishing an ice cream spoon like a holy sword, she declares, "I stake my divine life on it." Dojin is completely starstruck, blushing as he gazes at her larger-than-life promise. He tells Chase he looks forward to working with her, and she returns the sentiment, calling him by his full name, Lee Dojin. They reach the bus stop, but Sorang feels they can't part ways just yet. She asks him to answer a quick question, with the first thing that comes to his mind. Left or right, she asks. A confused Dojin stammers, "My eyes?" Right? She confirms his choice, the right eye. With a simple good, she stands ready, leaving him completely lost. She suddenly grabs his hand, catching him by surprise. A brilliant purple aura flares around her as she holds up a glowing card, announcing she's going to engrave it into his right eye. The dramatic declaration echoes as she prepares to act. Dojin is horrified. Engrave? Into my eyeball? Deciding they need privacy, she pulls him into an alley while he's still panicking about the fate of his eye. He asks if he can take back his answer, but she coldly informs him his fate was sealed the moment he said right.
She asks him to bend down a little, and he nervously complies. Holding the glowing card, she instructs him to close his right eye.
She presses the glowing card against his eyelid, and he yelps in protest.
He instinctively covers his face, shielding his eye. She leans in close, and he braces himself, utterly confused. Her face draws nearer, her intentions unclear. Instead of engraving, she kisses him directly on his closed eyelid, transferring the card's energy as he reels in shock. She holds him close, her hand on his neck as the ritual completes.
A brilliant pink magic circle erupts around the white-haired girl and Dojin, reflecting in his shocked eye. The spell transfers, imprinting a glowing pink magical sigil directly onto his pupil. Whoosh! The backlash of power sends them both flying as someone yells out, "Whoa!" The white-haired girl explains the after effect. He'll be paralyzed for 3 minutes, but the new spell in his eye will give him tactical flexibility. Kneeling in pain, Dojin thinks about his lips as she reassures him the paralysis will wear off soon. She gets a call from Sorang, who needs approval for Jujinhee's documents, and asks when Chasa will be back. Chasa tells the paralyzed Dojin she must leave, explaining that paperwork for the deceased is top priority. She gives him instructions for their next training session in 3 days. The topic is close combat, and his homework is to come up with a plan. As a parting gift, she hands him an ice cream bar, which she's kept cold with a spell so it won't melt on his way home. With a final "good work today," she leaves him to collapse, mumbling incoherently as he falls. She turns back, asking if he has anything else to say, but he's too numb to speak, his body refusing to obey. With a final, desperate effort, he extends a trembling hand, revealing a hair tie, and internally curses his terrible timing. She takes the gift from his hand, curiously identifying it as a hair tie. In a flash, she uses the new tie to pull her long white hair into a stylish ponytail. She examines the gift in her hand, as Dojin lies helpless on the pavement below. With a gentle smile, she promises to treasure his gift with gratitude. He thinks to himself that, as expected, no woman can resist a gift. Overcome with joy, he lies there blushing, convinced he's just won her over. Mission accomplished, kinda. The scene shifts to a peaceful city street at night, illuminated by a single street lamp under the full moon. Chasa sits alone on a park bench and calls for Sorang, who immediately responds through a holographic interface. She issues an order: get a loan permit for the 4 Symbols Judgment Sword from the 9 Heavens Ferry for their next battle. She knows passive barriers won't be enough to protect Dojin from the Makdoogi's attacks. To cover Dojin's greatest weakness, close combat, she decides they must engage in it head-on. She resolves to counter the enemy's strength with her own, noting that close combat is the style she knows best. "So please prepare it, Sorang," she commands, and the drone confirms the order. She adjusts the new hair tie, securing her ponytail. A close-up reveals a faint, satisfied smile as she looks down. Touching the hair tie, she silently hopes the worldly life force attached to it fades quickly. She heads off to buy some ice cream, telling Sorang she'll be back soon, much to the drone's delight. Back at his apartment, a voice greets Dojin, asking if he's returned. He hands a bag to a short-haired girl, who notes that she never asked him to buy ice cream. When she asks about his odd behavior, he panics and claims he works at a funeral service company. She immediately calls him a liar, and he desperately insists it's true, admitting the company name is just a little extreme. Striking a dramatic pose, she claims his eyes reveal he skipped work to play around, leaving him utterly baffled by her antics. She then points to his right eye, identifying the magic circle as a cosplay scleral lens. He freaks out, touching his face and wondering how on earth she can see it. But when he checks the mirror, his reflection is perfectly normal, leaving him to wonder if the spell has already vanished. Deciding it's easier to just play along, he leans into her bizarre assumption. He strikes his own Chunibu pose, claiming his eye seals 36 demonic beasts, while she absent-mindedly scrolls her phone, barely paying attention. He declares that once the K-rank human extinction plan will begin, the scene dissolves into a tranquil, sun-drenched valley surrounding a traditional house. A blonde catboy stands outside the house, surrounded by a gentle, unnatural snowfall. A voice from inside chides him, saying that while he can decorate his house as he pleases, creating snow with a spell is unnecessary. The speaker, a gray-haired catman reading inside, complains that the snow makes him feel unwell. Setting his book aside, the gray-haired man asks the visitor what brings him to his secluded home. After a philosophical question, the blonde catboy gets to the point. Mother has assigned the gray-haired man, Don Rain, to the next hunt. Don Rain scoffs, uninterested in hunting filthy souls, and suggests Mother send her more obedient, loyal hound instead. The blonde catboy grins, informing him that said loyal hound was the first to tuck his tail and run. Dawnrain looks up in disbelief, shocked to hear that Nightfrost either lost or fled a battle. The catboy clarifies that Nightfrost simply got stubborn, finding a new toy he'd rather raise than destroy. Thwack! The gray-haired catman, Dawnrain, angrily throws a white cushion. The blonde catboy catches it with a surprised look on his face. His interest now piqued, Dawnrain pours a cup of tea and invites the boy to sit and tell him the full story. An advertisement for the Scanlation group is displayed. The scene shifts to the tranquil, snow-covered traditional house where they'll be talking. As they sit down for tea, Dawnrain remarks on how unexpected this is, and the catboy asks what he means. Dawnrain muses that Mother rarely issues a kill order, realizing she chose him because he has no interest in soul harvesting. The catboy clarifies that he heard the order secondhand, through Mother's beloved first daughter. He reveals the mission's top priority: eliminate either the human or the Chasa, not just seize their souls. Dawnrain looks up from his book, wondering if this has something to do with a human spell. The catboy laughs, explaining it's not a spell but a weapon invented by humans, small bombs. While Makdooi can't harm humans who are Chasa's partners, the blonde catboy reflects on human nature. He notes that, just to kill each other, humans create absurdly dangerous and lethal weapons. With a smirk, he declares that humans are truly monsters among monsters. He asks Ms. Dawnrain if she'll be alright, noting they are both romantics who prefer old-fashioned bladed weapons. Unfazed, Dawnrain says he's never faced modern human weapons, but their explosive attacks are nothing new to sorcerers. He snaps his book shut, his decision made. As he stands up, his resolve is clear. Grabbing his coat, he declares that a Chasa who can't harm them isn't a real threat. He confidently states that a single blade is more than enough to handle a frail human. He unsheathes his sword, a beautiful blade with an intricate design visible within the clear steel. The catboy warns him not to underestimate the frail human, revealing he has 2 or 3 times more bake than normal. The blonde catboy tells him not to underestimate the target, and Dawnrain coolly replies that he'll keep it in mind. Now dressed to leave, Dawnrain tells the catboy he should go once his hair is dry, but the boy asks for one more cup of tea. With a flash of icy power, Dawnrain departs in a blur of motion. The blonde catboy takes a sip of his tea, a quiet moment after the intense conversation. Sitting alone, he mutters to himself about that pretentious fox. He muses on how quickly Dawnrain abandoned her books at a single command from Mother. After that day, the scene shifts to a pair of modern apartment buildings. Dojin diligently studies a book on modern weapons for 3D modelers preparing for his homework. He then puts his research into practice, designing new weapons on his computer. He also focuses on his physical fitness, going for a run through a lush forest trail. His feet pound the dirt path as he pushes himself to get stronger. Back home, he practices his own skills, manipulating dozens of energy cylinders with intense focus. 3 days later, Dojin stands face to face with Chasa at the bottom of a massive outdoor staircase. Chasa looks at him and advises him to take things gradually so he doesn't strain his body. She turns and orders Sorang to install the spells, and the cat drone happily complies. Whoosh! Sorang scans Dojin's eye, engraving a glowing red spell formula directly onto it, much to his shock. Chasa explains the spell is a spell executor that can engrave up to 5 divine realm spells. He realizes it's like a smartphone's voice assistant, a magical Siri that can launch spells on command. Sorang chimes in, noting Dojin's clueless expression and asking if he even understands what's happening. The drone continues its lecture, pointing out that Dojin's only real advantage is his abundant bake. Thanks to his large energy pool, he can use simple divine spells, which is why she installed the executor. Sorang explains that other human guardians use elemental spells, wind, fire, earth, and don't need divine spells. The drone gets right in his face, asking how a dummy like him could possibly learn to use those complex spells now. Multiple copies of Sorang circle his head, peppering him with questions until a blushing Dojin admits it would take him time. He apologizes for living a life so unrelated to magic, and Sorang smugly tells him it's good that he knows his place. Chasa smiles warmly, saying she's happy to see the two of them have become close. Sorang affectionately rubs against a sweating Dojin's head, cooing, "Of course, Chasa!" with hearts in its message. With the preparations complete, Chasa asks if they should begin their training, And both Dojin and Sorang eagerly agree. Whoosh! Sorang sets up a 100-meter barrier to give them some privacy for their training session. Chasa gets straight to the point, telling Dojin his biggest weakness is having too many blind spots in a fight. She explains that vision and intuition are what cover those blind spots, acting as an internal danger alert system. This sixth sense, she says, is normally honed through martial arts and repeated life-threatening battles. But since he's short on time, she reveals the first spell in his eye, Sanha Sajikdal, act as a substitute. It's a combat HUD that will visually warn him of threats and information he's too inexperienced to notice on his own. Rocking his new long neck shirt, Dojin asks about the second spell. Chasa's expression turns serious as she decides it's time to talk about close combat. She explains that even if the spell alerts him to a Makdoogi's attack, he's currently too slow to dodge or block it. Simply put, if he tries to fight a Makdoogi up close right now, he's getting a one-way ticket to a "you died" screen. She concludes that for now the best strategy is the oldest one in the book, don't get hit and keep his distance. With a flash of light, she introduces the second spell, the Byankyonin, or Heaven-Flipping Seal. She explains its simple but powerful function. It lets him swap his position with any object he can see. Dojin immediately gets it. He can swap his glass cannon self with Chasa's high defense tank build in a pinch. Wham! In a flash, she demonstrates the spell, instantly teleporting behind him. Seeing is believing, she says, telling him to try activating the spell himself. She gives him the activation phrase, "Pierce the Heavens," and the moment he says it, he's violently yanked forward. With a soft thud, her boots land exactly where he was just standing. They've switched places, leaving a very confused Dojin standing awkwardly behind a perfectly composed Chasa. She reveals a handy feature. While he can activate it himself, she's also programmed a remote override for emergencies. But she warns him the spell has a long cooldown, so he can't just spam it teach for life or death situations only. He worries aloud, asking if swapping places won't just put her in danger instead. Her response, "Danger? Me?" A confident smirk and a twitch of her cat ears are all the answer he needs. She reassures him that she's more than capable of protecting them both, so he can stop worrying. With that settled, she unsheathes a wooden sword, signaling that the real training is about to begin. As Dojin stretches, getting ready for the fight of his life, Chasa approaches. Dojin suggests they start with some light sparring to get him used to close combat. Chasa agrees and tells him to activate the Sanhasa Jikdo with the phrase, "surveying the mountains and rivers." A glowing pink interface envelops him, and he can't help but marvel at the sight. He's amazed that it feels so real, and Chasa confirms the system will now feed him live combat data. She also explains the training barrier will turn his body into a spirit form, so he can go all out without fear of injury. "Oh, one more thing," she says, pulling out a sealed letter, explaining what happened when she told Sorang about their ice cream date. Apparently, the jealous drone added a little reward and penalty system to their session and left the details in a letter. She offers him the ominous-looking black envelope. He cautiously takes the letter and breaks the wax seal. He reads the reward. His survival rate will increase. Unfortunately, he's a bit thrown by Sorang's backhanded compliment. A cold sweat breaks out as he nervously wonders what the penalty could possibly be. The penalty: fail the training, and Sorang will hack all his devices and send his hidden folders and search history to everyone he knows. Blackmail 101. Chasa peeks over his shoulder, curious about the contents of the letter. After reading it, she's genuinely confused, asking him why any of that would be considered a punishment. His trembling hands find a little yellow sticky note inside the envelope that says, "Peel it off." Underneath, the message scrawled in blood-red ink gives a final, chilling warning from Sorang: "Don't mess with me. I'll kill you." With Dojin thoroughly traumatized, Chasa cheerfully remarks on Sorang's rough handwriting and declares it's time to begin. A system message from Sorang pops up, eagerly agreeing. With no other choice, Dojin weakly accepts his fate. The scene shifts to a grand marble hall, where the blue-haired wolf boy from before is walking alone. Nightfrost, the white-haired wolf boy in a regal uniform, spots him and sizes him up. The blue-haired wolf smirks, mocking Nightfrost for returning empty-handed after failing his hunt. Nightfrost looks away, stating he doesn't want to cause a scene in his mother's residence. The blue-haired wolf taunts him, asking if he's returning from a scolding, but Nightfrost insists his mother is too gentle to punish him for a single failure. The blue-haired wolf agrees their mother is gentle, But Nightfrost furiously clarifies that he didn't fail. He simply honored a promise he made to his opponent. A blue-haired man with cat ears resigns himself to facing a human, and the Grim Reaper next, asking his companion for any tips. The white-haired man says he only knows they're a high-ranking god and a courageous human warrior, having only met them briefly. The blue-haired man scoffs, saying courage alone doesn't make a warrior, a lesson the martial arts worshipping man beside him should know best. But the white-haired man warns him not to underestimate the human, noting that simply not running from a monster proves their warrior qualifications. With a determined glint in his glowing red eyes, he adds that such warriors always grow stronger. The blue-haired man is unconvinced, stating he'll judge the human's potential for himself. The scene shifts, showing two figures standing far apart in a desolate, sky-blue void. Dojin faces a white-haired girl who explains that in close combat, he needs to learn the proper fighting distance with his body. She draws a wooden practice sword, telling him to manifest his own weapon. From his perspective, a swirling blue orb of energy forms between his hands. He proudly reveals his new melee weapon, a shotgun, boasting he wasn't just slacking off. Well, that's one way to define melee. A holographic interface materializes around him as he stands ready for battle. Looking up, he realizes her attack is coming from above. He quickly pivots, aiming his shotgun toward the sky. Bang! He fires a bright blast upwards, calling out the classic cliché of an aerial attack. His shot collides with a massive descending object, a giant version of her wooden sword. He stares in shock as the enormous sword crashes into the ground, a system alert flashing across his vision. His instincts scream, "Left!" and he dives aside just as the girl lands exactly where he was standing. She immediately pivots and lands a devastating kick to his side. He's sent flying, tumbling through the air while trying to keep a grip on his shotgun. Crashing to the ground, he gasps for air, realizing this is far more than just a bit of pain. She becomes a blur of motion, relentlessly striking him again and again across the shattered terrain. The dust settles, revealing Dojin lying face down in a crater, completely defeated. The girl stands over him, explaining that his body can't keep up with the information from a system called Sanhaga Jikdo. He can only groan. Lying on the ground, he panics, realizing his back would have been broken if he wasn't in spirit form, and wonders how he can possibly dodge her speed. She announces they'll do a few more mock battles, but he's still reeling, insisting this is way more than a bit of pain. Her eyes glow ominously as she clarifies that the pain reduction is only there to prevent death from shock. To master close combat, he must endure it. He grimly tightens his grip on the shotgun, determined to continue. With renewed resolve, he prepares himself and declares, "Let's go again."
She bluntly tells him that beating her is nearly impossible, and that his training today will consist of losing repeatedly.
A montage shows his repeated failures, as she explains that defeat is how he'll learn why he lost, how to block, and how to react faster. His expression hardens with focus as he raises the shotgun, ready for the next round. She promises that the seeds of his defeat will one day return as the fruit of victory. A pink aura flares around her as she readies her sword for another attack.
After 5 more battles, the result is the same. A brutal punch sends him flying. The fight ends with another powerful strike, marking 6 consecutive defeats without a single victory. He reflects on his performance, admitting he couldn't counterattack, respond to warnings, and is still far from ready. In fact, none of their battles even lasted a full 10 seconds. In a cute chibi moment, she pats his head and congratulates him on finally lasting 10 seconds. "Thank you," he whimpers. He's surprised to find that her business-like praise is somehow making him emotional and warming his heart. She announces the end of mock battles, deciding to go over what he needs to improve by having him block a slow strike. He successfully blocks her wooden sword with his shotgun, feeling a brief moment of success. Wait, he thinks, as he suddenly realizes the crushing force behind her slow attack is way stronger than he anticipated. URK. The immense pressure forces him to his knees, his confidence shattered. She explains that this is his first major problem, the gap between his perception and the reality of fighting non-human beings. She warns that misjudging an opponent's strength can lead to irreversible mistakes in a real fight. Given Dojin's current physical abilities, she concludes that evasion is simply too inefficient. He asks what he should do instead, and she tells him he must use human fangs. She clarifies that today's lesson is about shields, not just the simple standing shields he summoned against the mice. Since he struggles with dodging, She lays out their new core strategy, blocking attacks with shields and counterattacking with guns and firearms. Chasa instructs Dojin on his next task, making a shield, but smaller than the one he used before. She specifies it needs to be light enough to wield with one hand, leaving his other free for a gun. Whoosh! Dojin materializes a high-tech energy shield, noting that it's the perfect size. He then decides to modify his gun on the fly, shortening the barrel with a flash of blue energy. He recalls fighting Damsel with a similar gun and shield combo, a cute chibi cat appearing beside him. Chasa suddenly appears behind him, warning that she's about to strike and he'd better be ready to block. Wham! He spins around just in time, successfully deflecting her wooden sword with his new shield. Impressed, Chasa praises his block but warns him the warm-up is over, now she's coming at him for real. She unleashes a flurry of powerful purple energy strikes, which Dojin desperately parries. As she presses the attack, Chasa encourages him, noting he's doing well. Dojin realizes she's matching his pace, but he's proud of how quickly he's adapting to the shield. He holds his ground, blocking another powerful blow from below as their training intensifies. Keep it up, Chasa says, urging him to continue matching her rhythm. Dojin realizes the shield is a game changer. He's using less stamina and has a much wider defensive range. He notes the expanded defense gives him psychological stability, just as Chasa asks if he's ready to kick it up a notch. This newfound stability, he thinks, is bringing a sense of calm to the chaotic fight. And with that calmness comes broadened vision and a surge of confidence as he blocks another attack. His confidence soaring, he feels like he could even launch a counterattack, which seems to catch Chasa's attention. Spoke too soon. With a powerful swing, Chasa sends his shield flying and knocks him completely off balance. Thud! The shield comes crashing down right on top of him, pinning him to the ground with an undignified ahem. Chasa stands over him, complimenting how quickly he's learned to use the shield despite his defeat. A battered Dojin admits the shield bought him a few extra seconds of survival as Chasa calls for a quick break. She claps her hands, summoning a table, chairs, and drinks from Sorang, leaving Dojin utterly confused. He looks up just in time to see something materializing directly over his head. Wham! A whole table teleports in and flattens him. Looks like Sorang's deliveries have a personal touch. Chasa casually assumes Sorang missed the coordinates, then calls Dojin out for muttering "T-esque" while twitching on the floor. With the table set, Chasa takes the only chair and pours herself a drink, telling him to have a seat. Dojin nervously points out there's only one chair, insisting he's fine to stand. Chasa insists that rest time is for resting properly and calls out for Sorang to fix the situation. In response, a cardboard apple box and a small pink cushion materialize at Dojin's feet. An apple box? Dojin is dumbfounded, but concedes that at least he got a cushion. Figuring Sorang is out of chairs, Chasa offers him hers, saying she'll take the box. Horrified at the thought, Dojin frantically waves his hands and insists he'll take the box. To save face, he loudly declares his love for apple boxes and plops down, only for it to buckle ominously. Snap! The box immediately collapses, sending apples spilling across the rocky ground. Whoa! He shouts, tumbling backward in a classic cartoon slip-up. He lands flat on his back while Chasa, with cat-like reflexes, saves her drink from the chaos. Looking down at the mess of apples and the fallen Dojin, she calmly asks if he's okay. Lying on the ground with his head conveniently placed by her feet, a blushing Dojin can only think one thing. Her calves are incredibly slender. Chasa presses the question, noting that his face is getting awfully red. Flustered, he blurts out that it's because her calves are pretty before frantically shouting, "I found a chair!" Crash! A folding chair teleports in and slams right into him, adding insult to injury. Chasa asks if he's okay again as a visual gag shows two Dojins writhing in pain on the ground. A system message from Sorang pops up, helpfully reminding Chasa that Dojin is in a spiritual state and can't be injured. Giving a shaky thumbs up, Dojin stammers that he's fine, and Chasa expresses her relief. The scene lingers for a moment on the aftermath, a broken box and scattered, shiny red apples. Now finally seated, Dojin asks if Sorang also acts helpless and asks her to open twist-off bottles. Chasa is shocked he knew. He smirks, realizing it's all part of Sorang's cute appeal act to get what it wants. Bam! A can flies out of nowhere and smacks him right in the face for his sass. With their break officially over, Chasa rises, announcing it's time for the day's final training session. The white-haired girl, Chasa, sets the terms. If she makes him unable to fight, she wins. If he grazes her or lasts 30 seconds, he wins. Holding his shotgun, Dojin reflects that his only chance in this supernatural fight is humanity's advanced firearms. He knows that using the diverse history of firearms in unpredictable ways is his only viable strategy. He worries that if powerful foes like Chasa or Makdooi figure out his weapons, they'll become useless. Resolute, he tells himself he has to do his best with the tools he has. He steals his gaze, his expression filled with focus. Chasa smiles, approving of his determined eyes and saying that a strong mindset is the most important virtue for a human fighting transcendent beings. She leaps into the air, her wooden sword blazing with pink energy as she prepares a powerful downward strike. Dojin braces himself, summoning a glowing blue energy shield just in time to intercept her attack. Her sword shatters the ground where she lands, but the narration hints that this isn't the end of his defense. Refusing to give up, he twists in midair and fires his shotgun, even as he's blown away by the impact. Chasa effortlessly blocks the blast with a pink magic circle, stating that for him, simply having the courage to start a hopeless fight is enough. The desolate training ground suddenly transforms, revealing a peaceful, sunlit courtyard. Now sitting at a table amidst the rubble, Chasa offers Dojin a drink from the bottle she bought earlier. She says she prefers it neat but thoughtfully prepared glasses and ice for him. He frantically waves his hands, admitting he can't handle strong alcohol, so she offers another drink, warning that her workshop selection is small. She mentions having cocktail ingredients, and he nearly asks for banana milk before catching himself, realizing he needs to act like a cool adult since she's casually drinking expensive-looking whiskey. Trying to look suave, he decides to play it safe and asks for a cold beer. She immediately lists off a dozen craft beer styles, leaving him stammering, anything? Well, that backfired. Whoa! A massive case of beer teleports directly over his head and crashes down on him with a thud. Pinned beneath the case, Dojin notes that Sorang keeps messing up her coordinates today and asks if she's feeling unwell. A blue window reveals Sorang's inner thoughts. She pulled an all-nighter for a gaming promotion match. Dojin sighs, telling her she must get enough sleep. He grows suspicious, realizing that for supposed mistakes, both magic circles opened precisely above his head. He notes that Sorang's voice becomes overly cute only when she's talking to Chasa. Suddenly, a tiny cat-eared chibi appears, scolding him for getting too close to our Chasa. In a flash, Dojin understands. Sorang, Chasa's secretary, is jealous of him. Chasa casually opens the case of beer sitting on the table, seemingly ignoring the drama. Dojin gets flustered, asking why she's acting that way, and nervously wondering if she can read his thoughts. She just chuckles, saying she remembered one of Sorang's habits as she holds up a can. A flashback shows a cute blonde girl pouting over a drink can as Chasa explains that Sorang can't open them and always asks for her help. With the break over, Chasa stands ready, her eyes glinting as she announces they're starting again. "I'll take the lead," she declares, rushing forward while Dojin deploys a large tactical shield. In an instant, the shield lies shattered on the ground. Fast? Dojin thinks in shock. He realizes his shotgun pellets were blocked by her barrier, and his shield was instantly broken in half. Knowing he just needs to land a single graze, he channels energy into his hand, preparing a new tactic. With a confident smirk, he reveals his trick, hurling the broken shield half like a giant frisbee. Chasa effortlessly dodges, using a magic circle as a foothold to leap over the projectile. Now airborne and closing in, she reaches out her hand and declares, "You're within my range." She realizes he sacrificed his defense, choosing to attempt an attack rather than just surviving for another 20 seconds. He's not making a mistake. He's betting everything on his final bullet. He fires his third shot, beginning his rapid-fire assault. As he fires his fourth shot, Chasa analyzes his weapon, a shotgun powerful enough to even damage a Makdooi. He continues his barrage, firing his fifth and sixth shots in quick succession. Chasa remains unfazed, noting that while the shotgun is effective up close, her barrier formation easily blocks the metal pellets. He loads his last round, a special 12-gauge Dragon's Breath shell, the ultimate tool of civilization. Believing the match is over, she tells him he fought well as she prepares to nullify his final attack. But he has one last idea, thinking to himself, "Point the muzzle downward." She looks down, her eyes widening in confusion at his bizarre aiming choice. He fires directly at the ground, exploiting the tiny gap beneath her barrier to unleash a massive, upward blast of fire. He holds his shotgun, a look of grim satisfaction on his face. It worked. As the smoke clears, a slightly singed Chasa smiles, telling Dojin she can now fully entrust her back to him as her partner. A flustered Dojin blushes furiously, caught completely off guard. As the sun sets, Chasa's voice tells Dojin he did good work, while a stammering Sorang echoes the sentiment. Elsewhere, in a massive library, a blonde girl sits before a glowing blue interface. Watching the screen, she tsks that Dojin finished so quickly, but still compliments him, calling him a dummy. Her praise continues, though she stammers through a final, "Good job!" Overwhelmed by the positive reinforcement, Dojin beams with pure, unadulterated joy. Back home, he gives a full, formal bow to a very confused Sorang. He's in such a good mood, he's even smiling while washing his hair, creating a perfect shampoo afro. He continues to grin like a fool while eating dinner, leaving Sorang completely bewildered. Sorang asks if he's on drugs, but he just keeps smiling, while happily polishing a cat-themed rice paddle. Sorang can only watch with concern, wondering what on earth has gotten into him. Dojin reflects internally that it's been ages since anyone praised him so genuinely. Thinking that praise feels amazing, he's certain he'll have good dreams tonight, as the city settles into darkness. The next day, the scene shifts to a modern office building under a bright blue sky. Inside, a woman with short, purplish-gray hair shouts, "No, boss!" at the top of her lungs. She confronts her boss, demanding to know why he's exploiting his employees and how many months behind he is on their salaries. The furious boss yells back that the company is almost bankrupt and blames her, team leader SEO, for delaying the game's release. Team leader SEO stands her ground, retorting that the game simply isn't finished yet. She passionately declares she refuses to release a half-baked cash grab designed to rip off players before shutting down. Wham! He slams his fist on the desk, calling her a clueless idealist who doesn't get how the real world works. He points to a rival CEO who made a fortune on a single gambling-style game, turning a small investment into a 7.2 billion won company. The boss shouts that the rival's company grew 240 times in just 3 years, leaving team leader SEO speechless. He scoffs at her artistic vision, surrounded by a fantasy of raining cash, yelling that nobody cares about art in games. He warns her that this industry is where artistic ideals go to die. Defeated, she walks out of his office. In her mind, she begs herself to hang on, banking everything on a new promotional video for the Chinese Game Expo. She sighs, knowing that if she quits, the game and her entire fortune is officially dead. With renewed determination, she strides purposefully down the hall. Back in the office, the boss clutches his head, exasperated. He mutters to himself about the lack of loyalty in young people today, complaining about a few months of delayed salary. His face twists into a sinister grin as his eyes glow a menacing red. The scene cuts to a neon sign for Bar Yellow as someone off-screen yells for their older sister. Team leader CEO is passed out on the bar as a voice stick with a boss like that, musing they only stay for love of the game.
Rousing slightly, she passionately defends her work, declaring the game is like her own child, and she'll never compromise its quality.
Now, on the phone, she's flustered, trying to explain to her sister that she meant like a child, metaphorically, not literally. Her sister, on the other end, seems to be scolding her for looking down on games, as a familiar-looking bartender watches nearby. The bartender, who is actually Dojin in disguise, smiles and notes she must work at a game company. She whips her head around, angrily demanding to know what's so funny. Wham! In a drunken rage, she grabs him by the collar. She gets right in his face, accusing him of looking down on everyone else. Bawling, she grabs him and cries about a character's death, while he stammers that he also worked in games and understands her passion. Utterly defeated, she collapses onto the bar, muttering that being a tall NPC isn't everything. Passed out cold, she mumbles a game character's name, and Dojin notes she's had way too much to drink. He crosses his arms, wondering why Chasa sent him to this specific bar on an infiltration mission. A system notification reveals his mission. A one-day memory manipulation program has activated, allowing him to infiltrate as a part-timer. He sighs, knowing Chasa rarely bothers with detailed explanations. Suddenly, the woman bolts upright, screaming, "Debugging!" and scaring the daylights out of him. Barely conscious, she pulls out a card and asks him to ring her up because she's leaving. As she stumbles out, Dojin offers to call a taxi, but she waves him off, yelling that she's fine and will win SGOTY with their game. Watching her go, Dojin crosses his arms and sighs, reflecting on how tough the game industry really is. Ding! He gets a text with an address, telling him he can leave immediately. He's confused by the sudden change of plans. Thump. Dojin steadies the woman as she collapses against him. Finding her slumped outside, he asks if she's okay, but she can only manage a weak ugh. Blushing, she mutters that she's too dizzy to go debugging and asks him to just take her to the company. As she slurs out the address, he realizes with a jolt that it's the exact same one he just received via text. Well, this is convenient, he thinks, helping her up as he agrees to take her to her company. She looks up, stunned. Tap. He quickly calls a taxi on his phone. The taxi drops them off in front of the modern ITAP building, with Dojin still supporting the wobbly woman. He helps her sit down on a nearby ledge, announcing that they've arrived. She asks if he can take her all the way to her office, pleading that she's still too dizzy to walk. He awkwardly declines, saying he has something important to do, and advises her to rest before going in. Bam. She grabs his hand with surprising strength, shouting for him to wait. He yelps, as she insists that he needs to take responsibility and see this through to the end. While she yells about responsibility, he frantically tells her to quiet down before someone gets the wrong idea. A cool voice cuts in from behind, remarking, showing up with a drunk woman at 3 a.m. Not bad, Dojin. It's Chasa, looking thoroughly unimpressed. Dojin panics, screaming that it's a huge misunderstanding and he didn't do anything. His genius explanation. She's just a meaningless woman with XX chromosomes from the bar. In a cute visual gag, the drunk woman pinches his cheek in anger, as Chasa notes his phrasing is a little clinical. Having had enough, the woman pulls away and declares she'll just go to work by herself. Blag! She immediately vomits a sparkling rainbow-colored mess onto the sidewalk. Chasa dryly remarks, "Oh my, she's making art." Inside the lobby, the woman stumbles, muttering that she's finally sobering up a bit. She brushes her hair back, looking more composed as she tells them she can go the rest of the way alone. Chasa stops her, revealing they're also headed to the 12th floor to see her boss, Kim Dong-jaik. Surprised, she asks what business they have with her boss, adding that he's not in the office this late. Chasa ominously explains that his evil deeds have finally reached their peak, and now he's being targeted by terrifying beasts. She crosses her arms, adding that they're here to make sure he receives a fitting punishment for his crimes. Walking down the hall, the woman leans on Dojin, utterly confused as she asks what targeted by beasts even means. She clings to his arm, demanding to know what's going on with her boss. Chasa drops the bombshell. Kim Dong-jaik is a scammer, she says, calling him one of the worst kinds of criminals. The woman weakly defends him, admitting he's withheld wages, but insisting it's because the company has no money. She looks down, adding that the boss himself claims to be struggling financially. Chasa clarifies that while some business failures are tragic, economic hardship isn't a crime. But, she declares, Kim Dong-jaik is a professional criminal disguised as a failed businessman. She lays out his scheme. He uses a subsidiary game company to attract huge investments, pockets the cash, and then bankrupts the company, leaving the developers unpaid. With the developers left behind, he simply cuts off the second corporation, washing his hands of the whole affair. The woman listens, her face a mask of dawning horror. Chasa continues, explaining he embezzles the funds using the games as collateral, while a paper president takes the fall. Ultimately, all responsibility is shifted to the developers, who are left with nothing but unpaid wages and severance. The woman is stunned, realizing the investment money was real. Chasa confirms it was all taken from the game she helped create. And where did that money go? Into purchasing prime real estate near transportation hubs and major universities all over the country. The woman's face contorts with rage. As Chasa concludes, his entire fortune was built on fraud. Speechless and overwhelmed, she turns away, asking to use the restroom for a moment. As she leaves, Chasa lectures Dojin, stating that fraud is never an accident. It's always a carefully planned, malicious crime. She coldly muses that if criminals truly knew what punishments awaited them in hell, they would never commit such evil deeds in the first place. Chasa finally explains his mission. He was sent to the bar to bring in Seo Seung-hee. Dojin admits he figured it out. However, Chasa notes with a sharp look, she came back far more drunk than I expected. Her eyes narrow, and the two of you seem much closer than I expected. Dojin flinches. She accuses him of using alcohol to get closer to women, prompting a frantic denial from a beet-red Dojin. He blurts out that he just throws a fastball at women, then immediately backtracks, realizing how that sounds. Mortified, he runs a hand through his hair and offers a sheepish apology. Chasa smiles warmly at his apology, asking what he has to be sorry for. She playfully rests her head on his shoulder, telling the flustered Dojin that she was just asking. Back in the hallway, the now sober Seo Sung-hee confirms they're all headed to the 12th floor and suggests they go up together. Chasa declines, explaining that they can't go with her because the 12th floor has now become their workplace. With a mysterious smile, Chasa says they've prepared something else for her, causing Seo Sung-hee to question what she means. Confused, Seo Sung-hee wonders what could have been prepared for her when her phone suddenly buzzes. She pulls out her phone, letting out a puzzled, "Huh?" as she looks at the screen. Her eyes widen in complete shock as she gasps, "WH, what?" Chasa explains that she just deposited all the overdue wages for Seo Sung-hee and her team as notifications flood in from her ecstatic employees. She elaborates, stating she sold all of the boss's embezzled assets at market price and will continue to deposit the remaining funds as their regular pay. To top it off, Chasa adds that all the tax issues have been legally resolved as well. As Seo Sung-hee stammers in disbelief, a strange energy begins to swirl around the exit sign behind Chasa and Dojin. "How?" she cries out as Chasa and Dojin begin to dissolve into particles of blue light. They vanish completely, leaving a stunned Seo Sung-hee to shout after them, "They disappeared!" Overwhelmed, she clutches her phone and wonders if this is all just a dream. Standing alone in the empty hallway, she questions if she's even sober yet. In a flash of light, Chasa and Dojin reappear in another corridor, now enclosed by a shimmering blue barrier. Dojin, now geared up with a futuristic visor, shield, and rifle, scans the area and asks for the location of the Makdooi. He reports that the barrier is empty and questions how their enemy could have created it without being inside. Chasa calmly suggests the Makdooi set the barrier in advance and will likely be arriving soon. Dojin asks what advantage that gives them, and Chasa bluntly states it gives them none. Gazing down the empty, glowing corridor, she concludes this is the declaration of war from a very confident opponent. She tells Dojin to prepare for a fight, adding that, unlike their enemy, she doesn't do sneak attacks. His visor powers on as Dojin grits his teeth, vowing to fight fair and square. Chasa gives him a completely unimpressed look. Elsewhere, a new figure draws a sword, commenting that Dojin's sentiment is roughly what he means as well. Dojin's visor flashes as it detects a sudden, high-speed target. Whoa! Out of nowhere, a blue-haired man with fox ears appears mid-air, kicking the corrupt boss across the hall. Thump! The boss crashes violently against the far wall. He slumps to the floor, completely unconscious. The fox-eared man lands, coolly noting that while the boss is still breathing, he's doomed to die tonight anyway. He looks at his hand in disgust, complaining that the dirty evildoer's hair touched his glove. In a fit of dramatic flair, he rips the glove off and throws it to the ground. Dojin asks why he threw the man at them, questioning if his target wasn't the evildoer's soul. Before he can get an answer, the boss's body erupts in ethereal blue flames and disintegrates. The fox-eared man stands tall, formally introducing himself. "The name I received from Mother is Dawn Rain." He turns to them with a smirk, declaring that he's come to kill them on his mother's command. In a cute interlude from the author, a tearful blonde girl clutches a plushie, insisting that red bean paste is superior. An informational panel details recruitment opportunities and ways for readers to support the series. Dawn Rain adjusts his glasses and repeats his introduction. "The name I received from Mother is Dawn Rain." Drawing his sword from its scabbard, he admits his entrance is a bit cliché. His sharp eyes narrow as he asks if they have any last words. Facing him down, Dojin readies his shield and confirms he has something to say. "You'll fail and return empty-handed," Dojin taunts. "But don't worry too much." As Dawn Rain smirks, Dojin finishes his threat, promising to send him back in a near-death state to give him an excuse for his failure. Dawn Rain grips his weapon, acknowledging that Dojin seems to be prepared for a fight. Whoosh! He explodes into motion, dashing forward with incredible speed. He closes the distance in an instant, moving so fast that Dojin can only brace for the incoming attack. To his shock, Dawn Rain swings his scabbard, not his blade, unleashing a powerful wave of energy. Wang! The attack slams into Dojin's shield, which holds firm, though he's surprised by its sturdiness. As his shield holds, Dawn Rain reveals a glowing blue talisman, unleashing his own technique, Foxfire. He erupts in a torrent of spectral blue flames, unleashing the Foxfire Wisteria flower. Meanwhile, Chasa's hands glow with orange fire, as she notes that, since Dojin isn't ready, She'll have to use a more advanced technique herself, summoning a storm of magical pink roses. Her ethereal pink slash collides with his ghostly blue flames in a spectacular explosion of power. Dawn Rain is stunned, marveling that she suppressed his flames with sword strikes alone, a feat he's never seen from a Chausa. Undeterred, he unleashes another technique, the Foxfire Peony, engulfing the corridor in blue flames. He brings his sword down, sending a massive wave of energy hurtling towards the pair. Dojin braces behind his shield as Chausa kneels, and Dawn Rain realizes their synergy is the strangely good coordination he'd heard about. He sizes up his opponent, wondering if he can withstand a single shot from Dojin's futuristic rifle. Dojin's eye glows through his targeting visor, his gaze firm and unwavering. Chausa interrupts, noting Dawn Rain's impressive speed, but demanding to know who ordered him to kill them. Ignoring her question, Dawn Rain gathers another burst of blue fire in his hand. He unleashes a torrential blast of flames that consumes the entire hallway. But Chausa is faster, elegantly weaving through the inferno while deflecting the flames with her blade. She dances through the blaze, her movements a blur of silver and pink against the blue onslaught. Dawn Rain smiles, impressed that she can deflect all of his light flames with such ease. He prepares another attack, a concentrated ball of pure foxfire. This time, he unleashes the Foxfire Marigold, a blooming explosion of devastating energy. Chausa meets it head-on, her glowing pink blade slicing clean through the fiery wave. Dawn Rain muses that her defense is like a fortress, and the fight now hinges on a single choice: protect the human, or kill him. He decides he doesn't need to break down the fortress wall as he dashes toward Chausa's defensive magic circle. He spins mid-air, gathering a powerful vortex of blue flames around himself. The attack slams into Chausa's magical barrier, which holds firm against the fiery assault. Dawn Rain's eyes glow, deciding that against an opponent he can't easily defeat. He'll change tactics, as blue foxfire suddenly erupts from the ground at their feet. Realizing the trap, Chausa declares she'll use reincarnation to pull them from the front line. With a determined cry, she prepares to unleash a powerful spatial ability. A swirling vortex tears open the floor beneath her, shattering the corridor. Dawn Rain counters by slamming his palm to the ground, flooding the area with more blue fire. He channels his power, preparing an inescapable, floor-wide attack. He unleashes his ultimate technique, the Foxfire Red Peony. The plan works perfectly. A chibi diagram shows Dojin and Dawn Rain are now trapped on the 12th floor, while Chausa is isolated on the 11th. As Chausa finds herself surrounded by flames, Dawn Rain declares that with her defense gone, the fight is over. She stands alone, her expression grim as she assesses her dangerous new situation. She realizes her plan backfired. She tried to swap places with Dojin, but didn't anticipate the flame trap waiting on the 11th floor. Now trapped in an inferno, she worries that Dojin's human body would be instantly incinerated if he tried to follow her. Trapped in a swirling vortex, she resolves to break through the flame wall and tells Dojin to just hold on. Through their mental link, she sends him a look of encouragement, reminding him of their training and telling him he can do it. Dojin panics, realizing this is his moment to say something cool and impress her. This is not the time for an F in public speaking, but under pressure, all he can do is stutter and stammer like a nervous wreck. He completely freezes up, his mind a blank slate with zero improvisational skills. Elsewhere, the blonde cat girl watches a monitor, sighing as she sees Dojin trying to act charming in a life-or-death battle. She wonders if he's just incredibly bold, or if his survival instincts are completely broken. Back on the 11th floor, Chausa presses her hand against a large, glowing pink sigil. The sigil flares with immense power as she begins her assault on the flame wall. She smirks, thinking to herself that a human fighting monsters needs exactly that kind of ridiculous boldness. On the 12th floor, Dawn Rain turns to a fleeing Dojin, declaring that his solid fortress is gone now. Through a targeting reticle, Dawn Rain taunts him, asking how long he can possibly last alone without his Chausa to protect him. He smirks, his eyes glowing with power. Now it's just our time together. Shall we enjoy this? The pink-haired boy opens fire, yelling that pretty boys aren't his type and to come back with more muscles. His opponent, a man with blue hair and cat ears, is engulfed in an aura of blue flames as the bullets phase harmlessly through him. The pink-haired girl is stunned, realizing the bullets passed right through his body. He reveals it's a spell that turns his body to flames, and the boy finally understands why his foe was so calm in the face of gunfire. The cat-eared man holds a glowing blue card, explaining that it was only natural for his opponent to be caught off guard without information. He lectures that exploiting a lack of information is the very foundation of tactics. Behind his tactical shield, the boy's eyes narrow with intense focus. The cat-eared man charges a powerful blue energy blast in his hand, promising it will be far stronger than his last attack. Unfazed, the boy glares back, ready to see if his shield can take the hit. The cat-eared man scoffs, saying even a lifelong warrior would be no match for a Makdooi, let alone a rookie like him. He lunges forward, vowing to smash the shield and end the boy's life right there. But he stops short, his eyes wide with surprise. An immense explosion erupts from the shield, and the man catches a whiff of gunpowder. The blast sends him reeling, knocking his glasses right off his face. Elsewhere, a blonde girl with fox ears strikes a triumphant pose in front of a blue screen. She gloats to the Makdooi, asking how the explosive reactive armor she designed for tank defense tastes. A technical diagram explains the shield's design: reactive armor that detonates upon impacts that its user, Dojin, can't withstand. Boom! The shield's single-use armor explodes outward, absorbing the attack with its own explosive force and shrapnel. Dojin explains that after seeing his teacher, Chasa, shatter dozens of shields, he knew he needed a special countermeasure for overwhelming attacks. Sorang, the blonde girl, winks, breaking down the victory formula: 50 Chasa's training, 49 her own genius engineering, and just one Dojin's idea. As the Makdooi's golden scabbard lies shattered, he admits Dojin was overconfident, since his kind is even stronger than Chasa. Dojin stands his ground, while the Mookie points out he could have just killed him instead of bothering with the shield. Holding his shotgun, Dojin warns the Makdooi not to be overconfident either, admitting his own physical stats are like child's play. But as he aims down the barrel, he finishes his thought. The weapons created by humanity are no joke. The Makdooi admits his arrogance, realizing he underestimated humans and assumed victory was already his. He confesses that this arrogance is precisely why he attacked the shield head-on. He reflects on humanity's bloody history, a species obsessed with fighting and perfecting weapons for thousands of years. Realizing Chasa will soon return, the Makdooi powers up. Knowing a loss here is not an option. He unleashes a furious wave of energy, declaring he won't be defeated. Dojin returns fire, shouting that smoke screens are useless. The shotgun pellets pepper a massive, shadowy beast, causing minor impacts on its form. The Makdooi, now in a giant wolf form, looms over Dojin, determined to uproot this weed before he becomes a threat to Mother. Dojin's eyes remain locked on his target, his expression unwavering. "I'll crush your skull instead," the wolf roars, preparing to strike. A massive claw descends, but Dojin stands firm, raising his shield and shotgun to meet the attack. A powerful shockwave erupts from the point of impact, cracking the ground. A foot lands gently on Dojin's shoulder, and he looks up in shock to see Chasa, who announces she's back early and needs to intervene. With her silver hair flowing, Chasa effortlessly blocks the monstrous claw with a single glowing pink blade, saving a stunned Dojin. The wolf's eye widens in pure shock. "Chasa's back already?" Chasa unleashes a devastating pink energy slash, driving the massive beast back. The wolf is sent flying, completely overpowered by her sudden counterattack. As Chasa stands on his shoulders, Dojin blushes, getting an unexpected view and thinking, "I've decided." In his next life, he's coming back as an owl, complete with a 270-degree head turn. A man of culture, the wolf reflects that if Chasa had struck with killing intent, he would have been finished. Chasa casually drags a flustered Dojin away by his collar, noting that victory isn't decided by power alone. Makdooi charges his power, realizing he has to break Chasa's defense before the barrier's time runs out. He resolves to pay the price for his arrogance, even if it means burning away all his life force in one final blaze. Suddenly, a voice calls out, warning him not to use that technique so carelessly. The newcomer's tail wags as they remind him that recruiting new Six Fangs is nearly impossible. They state that his power, Dawn Rain, is too precious to waste and that he needs to survive.
A boy with cat ears and a tail, dressed in a formal white uniform, declares that bringing back the evildoer's soul is the new priority. Dojin decides that since the soul is all that matters, it's time for them to fall back for now. A giant spirit wolf with glowing blue eyes and markings appears, questioning if Mother really changed the kill order for someone named Summer Sun. The catboy, Summer Sun, confidently asks if the wolf really thinks he'd lie while wearing the uniform their mother gave him. The wolf is not convinced, stating that lying in that uniform is nothing short of blasphemy. Conceding defeat, the wolf tells them they've won this round and hopes they survive what's coming. As Dojin and Chasa stand ready, the wolf warns it will be back upon receiving its mother's next summons. The massive wolf begins to depart, vowing to the human that it won't be overconfident next time. As an ethereal energy glows, the wolf promises to remember the scent of their sins and flames. Whoosh! The wolf vanishes completely into a swirling turquoise portal. With the threat gone, Chasa simply says, "Ah, right," while Dojin's targeting system remains active. Summer Sun points at them, making it clear he didn't stop the wolf's finishing move to save them. He clarifies that he was actually saving his partner, Dawn Rain, from using a dangerous life-burning technique. Dojin asks if this intervention repays the debt for when they spared his side's mice. Summer Sun holds the glowing blue soul he collected, a smirk on his face. He turns away with a smile, admitting it's disappointing that they aren't weak. With a sly grin, he confesses that he actually prefers people who are weak. Waving goodbye, he vanishes into a vortex of crackling energy. Dojin and Chasa are left standing alone in the silent, debris-strewn hallway. Through his targeting display, Dojin realizes with a start that the corpse has disappeared. He clenches his fist in frustration, thinking that even though they succeeded in the fight, it doesn't feel like a win. A look of deep concern crosses his face as he processes their complicated victory. He hangs his head and apologizes to Chasa, blaming his inexperience for failing the mission. Chasa reassures him that it's fine, explaining that getting a kill order from their mother is a sign he's actually doing very well. Dojin looks on in silence, still feeling the weight of the situation. Chasa begins to take the blame, admitting her first mistake was not prioritizing the safety of Kim Dong-jik. She continues her self-critique, stating her second mistake was failing to anticipate another Makdooi could intrude and steal the soul. Taking full responsibility, she admits she was inadequate as a leader and that the failure of the battle was entirely her mistake. Dojin is stunned into silence, realizing that even gods make mistakes and wrong choices. Herc, the cat-faced drone Sorang, smacks him across the face, scolding him for his tone. Bam! The impact sends him reeling. Sorang gestures to a comically depressed Chasa, noting she's reflecting on her mistakes while suffering. With glowing red eyes, Sorang gets right in Dojin's face, furious at his apparent sarcasm. Sorang lectures the fallen Dojin, asking if he's never seen the news or watched a noir film before. As Chasa holds Sorang back, it insists a subordinate must take all the blame for their superior's failures, an idea Dojin finds insane. Chasa gently calms Sorang down, but it proclaims it still needs to educate Dojin as its senior. Sorang points authoritatively at Dojin and commands him to get on his knees. He explains his shock, admitting he thought gods were perfect beings who never made mistakes, which Chasa denies. Holding Sorang like a plushie, Chasa clarifies that gods are not perfect beings. They just have more power than humans. A montage reveals that even the god of their world is imperfect, and they sometimes need human help to solve problems. A hand taps on a futuristic, glowing blue interface. A woman with blonde hair and fox ears announces she's going to organize the report, hoping Dojin learns his place.
With a puff of angry steam, she stomps away.
Back with the team, a loading screen appears over a pensive Chasa. Dojin asks what happens now that they've failed. Chasa explains he's off the hook, but she has to write a statement. He questions what a written statement entails as she gives him a serious look. Dumbfounded, Dojin asks why they're in a special room and just how much she has to write. She calmly reveals the total: 2,069.55 billion pages, a number so large it literally blows him away. Looks like divine HR is no joke. After she explains the number's cosmic significance, Dojin drops to his knees, begging to help share the burden. Crouching down, she tells him that human souls are precious, and only high-ranking gods can write the statement, so he and Sorang can't help.
A voice reassures the shocked Dojin that numbers are different in the afterlife, so he shouldn't worry about it. Chasa gently embraces his head with a cat pillow, telling him that risking his life is more than enough responsibility. Touched by her words, a blush spreads across Dojin's face. He eagerly asks if there's anything he can do to help, and Chasa pauses thoughtfully before answering. Suddenly, she reveals there is one thing he can do for her. When Chasa asks if he's free tomorrow, Dojin instantly and enthusiastically yells that he is, blushing up a storm. She explains her task. She has to enter a room where time stops for 2 days to write sutras. Chasa asks Dojin to go to an appointment in her place and spend time with her, leaving him stunned to learn he's going on a date with a woman. The scene transitions to a modern, sunlit apartment building. The next day, as Dojin ties his shoes, a gray-haired girl asks if he's going out to meet someone. She presses him, holding her mug and asking with a serious look who exactly he's meeting. Blushing, she asks if he's meeting a girl, calling him Appa. The story moves to a bright, tree-lined street where the meeting is set to take place. In a flashback, Chasa explains she'll send a photo so he can easily recognize the person he's meeting. Back in the present, Dojin looks at his phone with a nervous sweat, relaying a message that the person can't make it. A new girl arrives, apologizing for the change of plans and saying she came instead, confirming this is their first time meeting. Plot twist. It's Sorang, looking way more intimidating than her cute photo. TSK. Dojin immediately recognizes his fiery senior. Sorang is seething, furious that some measly soul caused her date with Chasa to be cancelled. Dojin tries to introduce himself, but Sorang cuts him off, coldly stating she already knows who he is. She smirks, telling a confused Dojin that she knows a lot more than just his name. And she starts spilling the tea, listing his hidden PC folders and his search history on certain foreign websites. With a wicked grin, she details his genres and preferences, while Dojin begs her not to air his dirty laundry in public. He panics, accusing her of spying on him with hidden cameras in his house. They get into a heated argument, with Sorang calling him a little, and justifying her intel gathering as the basis of public control. Dojin is stunned as she claims there's nothing wrong with surveilling him, forcing him to remind her that he's her superior, not the other way around. Sorang points a finger, declaring she hates that Chasa's partner is a loser like him, and that Plan B is straight-up assassination, leaving him to wonder if he's dealing with a dictator. After their explosive argument, they both stand panting on the sidewalk as confused onlookers stare. Realizing fighting is pointless, a flushed and exhausted Dojin gives in, suggesting they just try to get along. Sorang responds with a dismissive click of her tongue. Tisk. She bitterly reflects on the fact that Chasa is stuck working, writing an impossible 2 trillion pages of sutras instead of being on a date with her, all because of one lost soul. In a flashback, Sorang tries to comfort a despondent Chasa, arguing the punishment is too harsh for an accident. Chasa calmly explains that even one lost soul creates cracks in the universe's system, which will inevitably lead to destruction. Sorang protests, pointing out that this destruction is billions of years in the future. An eternity, even for them. But Chasa is firm, stating that a future they don't prepare for is one that will surely come, so every soul must be protected. She reminds Sorang of the Jirisan shamans, mortals who have fought for centuries to prepare for that same distant future. Compared to their immense sacrifices, Chasa says, her task of writing sutras is nothing. Hearing this, Sorang has a complete change of heart, blushing and eagerly agreeing, saying she's happy that Chasa is the one chosen for this vital work. Chasa offers a gentle, appreciative smile. Back in the present, Dojin decides he can't let a precious holiday go to waste. Sorang glances back at him, seemingly leading the way. She stops in front of a building, announcing that this is their destination. Dojin is confused, pointing out it's just an empty shopping complex, but Sorang snaps at him to shut up. He finds a rolled-up newspaper tucked away near the entrance. He wonders why it's there, and Sorang impatiently asks him to check the date. The date is month 14, day 3 inches, a clear impossibility. Sorang grumbles that they still haven't changed it. With a flick of her fingers, Sorang begins to weave a spell, conjuring a swirl of green energy. The spell activates a hidden seal on the door, and Dojin once again wonders what they're doing in an abandoned building. Good. Let's go in, she says, leading him inside, leaving him to question if this is even a normal building. As he steps through the threshold, the world around him begins to warp, and his eyes widen in complete shock. Suddenly transported to an opulent room, the dark-haired man shouts in disbelief, "The location changed?" The blonde girl scolds him for dawdling and tells him to follow her quickly, to which he nervously agrees. Grabbing his jacket, she starts lecturing someone off-screen about stealing yogurt and opening a ghost gate, leaving him completely baffled. As he asks if she's talking to the bird, the creature itself explains that leaking ghost energy will open a gate to the afterlife, which sounds like a real hassle. She gives the bird one last warning to get it right next time, punctuating her command with an electronic beep. His attention is caught by a sudden low rumble, and he turns in surprise. The source of the noise is a massive black cat, curled up asleep on the furniture, which he identifies as Damsel. The blonde girl warns him not to wake the cat unless he wants his arm mangled, a threat the bird backs up by reminding him the pain is very real. She claims the bird, who she calls Chu, is also warning him to leave the sleeping cat alone and stay out of trouble. He questions the name Chu, and she casually reveals the bird is actually a spirit beast from the underworld. The spirit beast explains that its name just sort of became Chu after being called it so many times. Shrugging it all off, she tells him it doesn't matter and orders him to follow her through a large door. He looks around, marveling that such a spacious and elegant area could be hidden inside a normal shopping building. A narration explains that this place is a special workshop, a pocket dimension where the human world and the afterlife overlap to create combat gear for Chasa. As the blonde girl sneakily grabs a snack, he learns that this workshop's purpose is to make items from the underworld usable on Earth. While major underworld treasures can be brought over directly, the narration explains that all of Chase's consumable items, like talismans, are made right here by her secretary. Taking a break from the exposition, the secretary happily munches on a chocolate-covered cookie. Now fully energized, she claps her hands together and cheerfully announces it's time for an idea meeting to design Chasa's next combat outfit. She gestures to a table piled high with candy, explaining their simple refreshments to get their creative juices flowing. While he internally dismisses them as junk food, she fires back that these aren't mere snacks. They're the pinnacle of biochemical nutrition. Blushing furiously, she insists she hates snacks and is only forcing herself to eat sugar for the sake of brainstorming. Yeah, right. Cutting through her passionate speech, he brings them back to reality by asking how they're actually supposed to design clothes. She proudly presents their design tool, a precious calligraphy brush once used by the legendary master Kim Jong-hui. A portrait of the artist reveals he's also known for guiding souls into the afterlife, which explains the brush's magical properties. With her hands clasped in prayer over some ritual rice, she explains that if you ask nicely, the magical brush will draw whatever you want. She casually rips open a bag of rice crackers, apparently her chosen ritual rice. Clutching her bag of crackers, she declares their first design will be functional clothing. As the magic brush begins to glow and float over the paper, he suggests they start with a simple but functional black dress, since combat wear shouldn't be flashy. Thinking practically, he adds that it should have pockets for all the talismans she carries, suddenly realizing how much more convenient that would be. She loves the idea, excitedly suggesting a detachable overcoat with big pockets and a matching head accessory as the magic brush zips to life. The brush's creation is revealed. A full-on maid outfit, complete with a frilly apron, leaving the man utterly shocked. He reflects that while it's an excellent combat outfit, Its functionality has pushed it so far that it looks more suited for housework than battle.
But she loves it, declaring it stimulates her sadistic aesthetics, and officially approves it as candidate number 1, much to his confusion.
Holding the magic brush, she thinks to herself that designing clothes with him is actually turning out quite well. Flustered but getting into it, he suggests that since the first design was dark, their next one should be bright white to give a purer impression. She considers his idea, agreeing that the first skirt was too frilly for proper combat. The new directive is clear: simple, pure white, with no decorations at all. The brush flies across the page, bringing the vision to life. Wow! He reels back in shock, his eyes wide as the new design materializes in a flash of light. The result is a sleek, simple white dress with a short hem for mobility, looking suspiciously like a sexy nurse's uniform. The blonde girl is absolutely thrilled, gushing over its great mobility and the aura of healing and devotion it gives off. As she gleefully pins up both designs, he finally gets it. This was never about practical combat gear. She just wanted to play dress-up with Chasa. He blushes, realizing her tastes are surprisingly similar to his. He decides he has to keep praising her so he can see more. He lays it on thick, praising her incredible design skills while she continues to draw, completely absorbed and happy. She offers him a turn with the brush, telling him not to feel pressured since she'll probably just throw his design away anyway. He eagerly accepts. Holding the magic brush, he admits to himself that he's never really thought about clothing design before. He muses that while there are plenty of outfits he'd like to see her in, this could be her actual gear for the next fight, so he has to take it seriously. Stealing his resolve, he decides to order the most functional outfit possible from the Mr. Sehan brush, demanding pure, unadulterated practicality. He holds the finished product, trembling as he stammers that this isn't the kind of function he asked for, while the blonde girl seethes with rage behind him. Why? She screams, her face a mask of pure fury. Why a swimsuit? He can only weakly echo her question as he stares at the drawing, completely baffled by the brush's interpretation of functional. The blonde girl is absolutely livid, screaming at the dark-haired man for designing a swimsuit and calling him a shameless pervert. She furiously accuses him of ogling Chasa with lecherous eyes, but he flusters, admitting only to the perverted thoughts, not the lecherous eyes. She can't believe Chasa chose a pervert like him when she could have partnered with the predetermined spearpoint priestess. He curiously asks who this predetermined partner is as he looks at the 3 designs on the wall, but she flatly refuses to tell him. She snaps at Dojin, asking why he needs to know, but he can't help his curiosity. She tells him to be quiet. Suddenly, Dojin gets an idea while standing over a pile of candy bars. He pulls out his phone to show Sorang, asking if she likes desserts. She scoffs, telling him not to try and tempt her. Her resolve crumbles as she glances at the phone, though she weakly protests that there are plenty of snacks right where they are. His phone displays a mouth-watering gallery of cakes, parfaits, and other fancy desserts, a perfect bribe. She's completely captivated, drooling at the sight of the digital sweets. His plan worked like a charm. The scene shifts to the exterior of a shop called Dessert. Inside, Sorang is in a state of pure bliss, enjoying a beautiful slice of strawberry shortcake. While she's distracted, Dojin asks about the spearpoint priestess. Another man with glasses at their table explains that it's not a single person. He elaborates that for generations, they've been raising one elite warrior every 10 years to serve as an anti-monster human weapon. Dojin is stunned, realizing a special lineage of partners has been cultivated for Chasa for centuries. Sorang explains that the family travels the world adopting orphan girls to continue their line. Among them, they specifically select girls who are born on spiritually significant days. These chosen girls are then subjected to weak divine possessions, like a spiritual form of vaccination. This spiritual training involves making them wear special garments and cleansing themselves only with purified water to endure divine possession. Over time, they become able to withstand even strong possessions without needing an exorcism, making them spiritually pure. Sorang clarifies that this grueling childhood is just the beginning. The real training in Baek and martial arts starts after. A girl's destiny is then determined by her birth date, which dictates the weapon she'll master and the religion she'll follow. They are then rigorously trained in their assigned weapon and religious doctrines from a young age. Dojin questions the focus on religion, and Sorang explains the family simply uses it as a tool for cultivating baek. It doesn't matter which faith is chosen once divined, the girl becomes a devout believer, whether Catholic, Buddhist, or Protestant. In a grand cathedral, a young priestess kneels, diligently polishing her baek alongside her massive sword. From all the priestesses raised with exceptional baek and martial arts, only one is chosen every 10 years to take on the title. This ultimate anti-monster weapon is known as the spearpoint priestess. Sorang slams the table, declaring that a partner of that caliber is the only one worthy of their Shinbang-level Chasa. Dojin looks down, feeling inadequate as he considers the incredible person who is supposed to be Chasa's partner. He wonders how Chasa could possibly choose him when a powerful, predetermined warrior like that exists. The scene changes to a towering office building under a dark night sky. Dawn Rain reads a message about organizing intel for a soul hunt, his thoughts turning to that cat. A blonde catboy with an apron peeks out from a doorway with a friendly, knowing smile. The catboy teases Dawn Rain about knocking like an old person, to which he replies he'll just break the door down next time. The catboy asks how his work went, addressing him as Night Frost, who seems unamused by the nickname. With a sly smile, the catboy offers his services for free today. Enraged by this creepy concept, Night Frost grabs him, threatening to twist his neck off, but the catboy, Summer Sun, just calmly agrees. Night Frost then threatens to scar his face, but Summer Sun smiles and gives him a hard no. Summer Sun brushes off the idea of a man wearing women's clothes as something from centuries ago. Night Frost erupts, shouting that he's the only man around wearing a kitchen apron. Just then, a blue-haired foxman, also in an apron, enters with a croissant, asking if someone has arrived. Seeing the foxman's cutesy Pio chick apron, Night Frost loses it, screaming at him to take off the rag. A lavish meal is laid out on the table, complete with various meats, fish, and a bag of dog jerky. Now seated, Night Frost complains that this was supposed to be an intel meeting, not a dinner party. He criticizes their useless human behavior, pointing out that they don't even need to eat for nutrition. The blue-haired foxman calmly corrects him, stating that they're enjoying human culture and the apron is part of the aesthetics of gastronomy. Night Frost smirks, retorting that this foolishness is why he got beaten while stuck in his human form. Night Frost insists it wasn't a defeat but a strategic retreat to honor a promise, but the foxman coolly calls it what it is, an excuse. Fuming, Night Frost slams his fist on the table, clearly hitting a nerve. Crash! The table goes flying as the argument explodes into a full-blown brawl. Night Frost grabs the foxman, calling him a gigolo, while the foxman fires back, calling him a muscle brain wolf. Summer Sun just smiles, trying to mediate between the fellow canines. As they argue, Summer Sun cheekily thinks to himself that he's never actually been beaten by Night Frost before.
With both of them grabbing his shirt, Summer Sun laughs, musing that the only time they get along is when they're ganging up on him.
He puts on an innocent face, claiming with a wink that he's just too scared of all the violence.
The scene shifts to a quiet city building at night as Summer Sun's voice asks if the others have ever found their existence strange.
While stacking dishes in the kitchen, he elaborates, asking about the nature of the Makdooi.
He explains their strange paradox. They are stronger than humans, but can only be harmed by the baek of good people, and they can't touch anyone but evildoers.
Pouring some coffee, he tells the others to really think about what that means for their purpose. He theorizes they exist to purify the world by processing evildoers, dirtying their own hands so humans don't have to. Night Frost considers this, wondering if that makes them mere evildoer cleaning tools, and questioning what that would make their mysterious leader, Mother. The Foxman concedes it's a valid hypothesis about their origin, but ultimately dismisses it as unimportant. Night Frost looks serious, adding that the only one who showed their clan the path to survival. His mother, he declares with absolute conviction. The Foxman agrees that, for now, following the will of Mother, the one who saved them, is their only path forward. The silhouette of a cloaked figure appears, the mysterious Mother who offered salvation to the Makdooi. Back at the cafe, Dojin wonders why Chasa chose him over the powerful spearpoint priestess, but an irritated Sorang snaps that she has no idea. She explains Chasa's logic. The strongest partners don't always make the strongest team, suggesting Chasa had a different plan for the priestess. A map highlights several points of power, representing the other candidates. Silhouettes of powerful female warriors fill the screen, showing the deep pool of talent Chasa had to choose from. Sorang huffs, adding that even without the main candidate, there were plenty of other strong priestesses available. She admits that his massive bake reserves are amazing, but points out that this was only discovered after he was already chosen. She turns away with a frustrated sigh, leaving Dojin to ponder her words. Sorang's eyes narrow with resolve as she thinks to herself that she'll just have to do her best to support him. Seeing her determination, Dojin is visibly moved, placing a hand over his heart. Sorang immediately feels a pang of regret, wondering if she was too harsh on him, but she quickly shoves it aside, whacking him and calling him presumptuous, making him cry out in pain. Leaping up, her hand glowing with power, she declares that Chasa never makes a wrong choice and always picks the best. She activates a magic circle, explaining that she's using a loophole to make him stronger, which will further prove Chasa's decision was the right one. With a mischievous smile, Sorang holds up a digital tablet, ready to bestow her gift. A few days later, the scene shifts to the front of a commercial building. Inside, the white-haired Chasa sits elegantly on a couch, reviewing some documents. Sorang excitedly presents a permit, announcing that Chasa can now summon the Four Symbols Judgment Sword whenever she wants. Chasa calmly thanks her for her hard work. Sorang worries that Chasa must be exhausted after writing trillions of sutra pages, saying she herself would have taken a 99-day vacation. Chasa simply smiles, reassuring Sorang that she's not tired at all. Sorang complains about needing permission for a dedicated weapon, but Chasa explains that powerful divine items require such restrictions. Still pouting, Sorang calls all the complicated procedures a complete waste of manpower. Chasa's expression turns serious as she calls Sorang over, who curiously asks what's wrong. A dark red aura surrounds Sorang as Chasa reveals she's accumulated a dangerous amount of karma, leaving the girl utterly shocked. Sorang gasps in horror, realizing with dread that it might be that time again. Back at the cafe, Sorang cheerfully tells Dojin her gift will give him stability. She brings up his current living situation, sharing a small studio with his sister, and a flustered Dojin confirms it's true. She then offers him a whole apartment near his sister's school, completely in his name. He panics, insisting he can't accept such an expensive gift. Sorang leaps onto the table, ordering him to shut up and unconditionally accept all the help he can get. She tells him to abandon everything else and focus solely on training, because he has a lot of catching up to do to match the other priestesses. Pointing directly at his face, she commands him to show the grit to meet her expectations. She then holds out her hand, explaining that using loopholes creates karma unless she receives payment, asking for something practical she can use right away. Stunned but grateful, Dojin fumbles for a moment before thanking her profusely. He gives her the only thing he has, a tube of lip balm. Sorang stares in disbelief, screaming at him for giving a lady his used lip balm. Fuming, she thinks he's a fool for giving away his sister's things, but Dojin protests that he can just buy a new one for Yejin. Sorang, seemingly from off-screen, worries to herself that she thought giving Dojin the apartment had cleared her karma. Back on the couch, Chasa explains to a crestfallen Sorang that karma doesn't just disappear, and gods are forbidden from granting such miracles. She elaborates that the entire system is built around humans, and it's imprinted with a strict rule. Gods cannot directly interfere in their world. As a goddess cradles the earth, narration explains that the only rights granted to gods are to maintain and manage the universe's systems. A vision of a desolate, war-torn city shows the suffering gods wish they could prevent. But in a divine realm, goddesses can only watch, as direct intervention is systematically forbidden. Sorang listens as Chasa explains that even disasters are considered trials humans must overcome for the sake of their species' development. Surrounded by a dark aura, Chasa warns that if gods were to carelessly use their power to influence humans, it could trigger catastrophic errors in the universal system, leading to unthinkable disasters across the cosmos. She reveals this sacred law was established by one of the creators of the system, the powerful Princess Bari. Instead of direct help, gods offer compensation through the afterworlds, providing peace and godhood to comfort the souls of good humans. Sorang nervously clutches her dress, admitting she remembers learning about this in school. She looks down with a pensive frown, processing the weight of Chasa's words. Chasa gently pats the couch, asking Sorang to lie down for a moment, leaving the girl utterly stunned by the offer of a lap pillow. A flustered Sorang gladly accepts, cutely resting her head on Chasa's lap with a quiet question mark floating nearby. As Chasa gently holds her head, She asks Sorang to stay still, to which the blushing girl meekly agrees. A glowing red orb of energy materializes in Chasa's hand, causing Sorang to look up in wide-eyed confusion. The crimson sphere, pulsing with dark energy, floats ominously in Chasa's palm. With a flash of light, the orb sinks directly into Chasa's chest, as Sorang watches in shock. Still resting on her lap, Sorang nervously asks what that red orb was, pointing out that it just entered Chasa's body. Chasa looks down with a calm, gentle expression, simply confirming that Sorang's karma has now entered her body. Sorang bolts upright, her face a mask of pure panic, as she shouts in disbelief. Chasa calmly explains that the karma would have slowly destroyed Sorang, so she transferred it into her own body instead. With tears welling in her eyes, Sorang begs Chasa to put it back, insisting that if there's a punishment, she should be the one to bear it. Chasa clarifies that it's not a punishment. She is simply purifying the karma within herself, as all karma must be cleansed. Gently patting the distraught girl's head, Chasa reassures her that it will only take about a month to purify everything, so she shouldn't worry. Overcome with guilt, Sorang bursts into tears, sobbing out an apology to Chasa for being the cause of all this. Chasa pulls the crying girl into a warm embrace, telling her she's very happy that Sorang is such a good child. Chasa then asks a crucial question. What exactly did Dojin give Sorang that was worth taking on the karma of an entire apartment? Sorang hesitates to answer. The scene shifts to a large hospital, where a special IV drip is being prepared to prevent lower body paralysis. The medication will be administered through an IV bag over the course of a full 24 hours. At the reception desk, Dojin is stunned when a nurse informs him that his sister, Lee Ye-jin, has been checked into a VIP private room. His eyes bug out as he puts two and two together, realizing his mysterious work senior must be behind this luxury upgrade. Outside the room, his sister Ye-jin is amazed, asking if his company has incredible benefits, and a flustered Dojin just goes along with it. Peeking through the door, Ye-jin tells him a private room is way too much, only to reveal Chasa inside, dressed in a stunningly form-fitting nurse's outfit and flashing a brilliant smile. The camera pans down, showing off her fishnet stockings and black heels, definitely not standard hospital issue. Bang! Dojin slams the door shut before his sister can get a better look. When Ye-jin asks about the woman's voice she heard, Dojin panics, claims it was the TV, and tries to shove her away to buy a drink. He desperately pushes his sister down the hall, practically begging her to go get something to drink. "And take your sweet time," he yells after her, leaving Ye-jin completely baffled by his bizarre behavior. Peeking back inside, Dojin realizes he's in deep trouble and needs to come up with a good excuse for that outfit fast. The Chasa beats him to the punch, casually mentioning that Sorang said he helped design the outfit and thanks him for it. The lie hits him like a truck, sending him stumbling backward in sheer, unadulterated panic. He catches her just before she falls, grabbing her shoulders and desperately swearing he can explain everything. The two are locked in a classic "it's not what it looks like" pose, with Dojin sweating bullets and Chasa looking completely unfazed. The camera focuses on his hand on her back, highlighting the ridiculously backless design of her nurse uniform. In a moment of pure desperation, Dojin rips off his own Sunday Bear sweater and throws it over Chasa to cover her up. But just as he's mid-panic, his sister pops back in, announcing she forgot her wallet. Busted. Ye-jin stares in shock as Chasa, with a sweater now covering her head, politely says hello. The awkward silence is deafening. The gray-haired girl is horrified by what she sees, a distorted vision of her oppa stripping in front of a half-dressed lady. She erupts in a blushing fury, demanding to know what he's doing with a shameless, half-undressed woman. Dojin desperately tries to explain that the white-haired girl's revealing outfit is her normal attire, but his sister isn't buying it, calling him a pervert. As he struggles with his hoodie, Dojin insists he's not a pervert, but his sister fires back that he sure looks like one. 5 minutes later, the awkward silence is broken when the sister apologizes, admitting she didn't realize the woman was Dojin's work superior.
She confesses that the scene gave her trauma by reminding her of a certain video on his computer, much to Dojin's mortified horror. The white-haired superior apologizes for the misunderstanding her clothes caused, telling them not to worry.
But then she drops a bomb. Dojin was the one who prepared her work clothes for the day, leaving him and his sister speechless.
Wham! The sister grabs her brother's shirt in a fit of rage.
She accuses him of sexually harassing his superior based on his video habits, while he frantically denies everything. The superior steps in, clarifying it was her secretary's idea, and the sister immediately calms down, trusting her brother isn't that far gone. In a quick flashback, the superior recalls her original outfit choice, a swimsuit she thought was functional and easy to move in. Yikes. She explains her secretary vetoed the swimsuit for a hospital setting and picked her current, more conservative sweater and fishnets.
She admits she quite liked the swimsuit, though, which reignites the sister's fury as she realizes her brother wanted his boss to wear a swimsuit to work. With a dead-eyed stare, she delivers her final judgment, this pervert, and she follows it up with a swift, powerful kick to his ribs. The scene shifts to the exterior of a large hospital building at night.
Inside, the sister, Yejin, is sleeping peacefully in a hospital bed. A nurse informs Dojin and his superior, Chasa, that Yejin has been given a sedative and will sleep through the night. Dojin politely confirms he understands. He and Chasa stand together, and he seems a bit lost in thought. The nurse giggles, misinterpreting the situation as a quote at the hospital, and admits she's envious. Her romanticized vision of a patient and nurse on a bench flashes by. Chasa compliments Dojin on being well-built, causing him to blush and stammer awkwardly. With business in mind, Chasa tells Sorang to send in the drone now that Yejin is asleep and they won't be disturbed. A cute cat-eared drone happily zips into the room. Dojin thanks Chasa, saying she didn't have to go to the trouble of getting Yejin a private room. Chasa deflects the praise, revealing it was Sorang's idea for Dojin's sake, prompting a flustered denial from Sorang's icon on the drone. Dojin thanks Sorang through the drone, making her holographic projection blush and grumble in response. Sorang clarifies that she got his sister the private room, not him. Chasa explains that to show Dojin kindness, Sorang took it upon herself to handle some of his karma. A flashback shows Sorang diligently searching through ancient divine law books all night long. Back in the present, Sorang's drone yells that she did it all for his sister, not him, but Dojin just happily thanks them both. Chasa reveals her own motive. She wanted a chance to speak directly with a rare soul like Yejin. Dojin looks puzzled, questioning what a rare soul is. The focus shifts to Yejin, sleeping soundly and innocently. Chasa explains that Yejin is a newly created soul, someone experiencing her very first life. A cosmic vision illustrates her soul as pure white, completely free from the debts of good or evil deeds. This phenomenon, Chasa notes, is incredibly rare, occurring only once in tens of millions of people. Dojin immediately gets worried, asking if being a new soul is good for Yejin, or if it will have any negative effects on her life. Chasa reassures him that being a newly created soul doesn't come with any special pros or cons. Her soul is simply a blank canvas, spiritually neutral with no built-up karma. Yejin sleeps on, oblivious to the celestial conversation happening around her. Now in a lounge, Dojin asks if their target is in this hospital, and Chasa confirms he is. She points out the window, specifying that he's in the building right next to theirs. Chasa's expression turns serious as she focuses on the mission ahead. The true culprits are revealed. A shadowy group of 4 men in suits radiating a sinister aura. They are 4th-generation Chaebol heirs who share an illegal drug called snow sugar. Through the connections made within this elite and corrupt circle, one of them began their heinous activities as a terrified woman's face appears in the darkness. A sinister, smiling entity looms over the hospital, hinting at the dark secret hidden within its walls. But when asked if she can simply punish them, Chasa's answer is a firm and simple no. She reveals that a group of corrupt hospital staff with glowing red eyes are behind the recent deaths. They've been secretly injecting foreign substances directly into their patients' IV drips. All the victims who died from the game were passed off as medical malpractice, and their families were silenced with huge settlement payments. The hospital used its money to buy everything, not just lives, but the silence and anger of the bereaved. Dojin listens grimly, finally understanding the true depravity of their enemy. Chasa explains that as frustrating as it is, supernatural beings like them can't directly intervene. She clarifies that for a supernatural being to forcibly cut a human's lifespan is a grave offense, because it causes severe cracks in the fabric of the universal summer monsoon system. With a slight smile, she tells him that if he wants them punished, there's another way. He must continue his duty, protect innocent souls from the soul-eating Makdooi, and ensure the wicked are sent to hell. But Dojin wonders if even hell is enough for people like them. Chasa describes the fate that awaits them, a terrible pain beyond all human comprehension. The guilty will face cruel, unimaginable punishments for eons, from being crushed by snakes to being tortured by demons. Their suffering will be eternal, a torment replayed through the endless, distorted cycles of time. Leaning forward, Chasa smirks with absolute confidence. "Don't worry about punishing evildoers," she says. "Trust us, we are professionals. When it comes to inflicting pain on evildoers, no place in the entire universe is better than us." Shaken, Dojin nervously concludes he should definitely live a kind life from now on. Note to self, don't get on her bad side. Chasa then gets down to business, explaining that they have 4 targets to manage and will be trying a new approach. He asks what she means, and a system window pops up with the answer. He's going to join the scumbags meeting. Magic circle glows on the table as the plan is laid out. He'll infiltrate their ranks disguised as a wealthy young chaebol. Poof! A brand new designer suit, complete with shoes and a luxury watch, materializes before him. Sorang pops in with a cheerful wink, promising to give him the ultimate rich kid glow-up. Later that night, the scene shifts back to the ominous hospital. Now dressed to the nines, Dojin marvels at how soft and comfortable his expensive new suit feels, but a system notification roasts him, noting his modest impression remains. He panics. Can't my poverty be covered even with luxury goods? Chasa watches his minor meltdown, a faint, knowing look on her face. He can't help but blush, feeling completely out of his element in the fancy clothes. Standing over Yejin's bed, Chasa declares his disguise is ready, and now it's time for the most crucial part of the mission, his sister. She presents him with a cute, glowing blob, introducing it as Youngo, the silverworm. She explains that Youngo can purify any poison, giving him a get-out-of-jail-free card if he's forced to take illegal drugs at the meeting. He pokes the jiggly spirit beast, thinking to himself that it's simultaneously cute and kind of gross. Next, she gives him a talisman called a Tesimbu, which will allow them to communicate telepathically. He tucks it into his jacket, realizing he'll have a direct line to her throughout the mission. He tests it out, asking if she can hear him, but his mind trails off. When suddenly, she yanks him forward by his tie, bringing their faces just inches apart. Looking him dead in the eye, she confirms she'll relay the mission details through the talisman. He's left a blushing, stuttering mess, completely flustered by their sudden proximity. System message gives him a swift kick in the pants, telling him to get moving and assuring him they'll watch over his sister. Chasa gives him a reassuring smile, promising once more to take good care of Yejin. Overwhelmed by all the attention, he wishes he could feel this important every day at work, then questions what his normal workday is even like. Hearing his unfiltered thoughts, Chasa flinches, a slight blush dusting her cheeks. Looks like the telepathy has no filter. He bolts down the hall as her voice echoes in his mind, confirming their telepathic link is crystal clear. As he walks, she explains his role in this infiltration. He is to act as a, quote, sheepdog. If the villains start their murder game, their targets will be confined to the rooms on the lower floors. This means the number of potential attack locations for the Makdooi will increase dramatically. Since they can't possibly monitor every single room at once, they need a new strategy. She explains that just by being there as an outsider, his presence will disrupt their plans and prevent them from starting their game. All he has to do, she tells him, is successfully infiltrate that meeting. She concludes the briefing, telling him there's a specific method to get in, and he must follow her instructions to the letter. Chasa's voice instructs Dojin on the secret entry method. First, grab the handle and shake it 3 times repeatedly until someone responds. Next, he must knock 3 times and then state the password. Even with 72 treasury shares, there are no voting rights. Dojin recites the phrase, internally scoffing at the pointless security measure, knowing these guys will be destroyed at the soul level by dawn. His telepathic support team informs him this isn't just any password. It's a high-class code reserved for the top 20 corporate heirs, judges, and prosecutors. The door swings open, revealing a hospital room where 3 men are lounging around. A man with slicked-back hair smirks, and Dojin, playing his part, nervously asks if they're the ones with the, quote, precious drugs. Another man eyes him suspiciously, noting he's never seen him at any parties, but he's quickly shut down for questioning a guest who knows the password. The first man apologizes for his friend's rudeness and welcomes Dojin, their future business partner, to have a seat. A third man hands him a drink, explaining he's already dissolved 2 pills in it to guarantee the effect. Dojin realizes he has to drink this to earn their trust, but Youngo, the little spirit on his shoulder, telepathically assures him it will purify everything. Stealing his resolve, he decides that if he's going to do this, he's going all in. The stern, older-looking man who seems to be in charge watches him with a cold, calculating gaze. Gulp. With a grimace, Dojin chugs the entire glass, thinking he never imagined he'd have to consume something so vile. The effect hits him instantly, and he mentally pleads with Youngo to take care of the poison as the little spirit begins to glow. Youngo flares with a brilliant blue light, beginning the purification process. The cute little spirit beast works its magic, absorbing the harmful substance from Dojin's system. Now on his wrist, Youngo visibly sucks a purple corrupt energy out of his veins. Dojin is both amazed and grossed out, thinking it's like a cute leech. As Chasa's voice reassures him, Youngo will handle the drugs. The slicked-back man is impressed he's unaffected, asking if he's a regular user or if the dose simply wasn't strong enough. Panicking, Dojin blurts out that he's done this tons of times. He even mixes it with rice. The man erupts with praise. Wow, I like our new member. Back in the other room, Chasa confirms that his infiltration was a success. With a sly look, she adjusts her fishnet stocking and asks, "Shall we start the work now?" The scene transitions to a wide shot of the Gangnam Municipal Hospital under the night sky. Chasa's voice cuts in, advising Dojin that if he acts too normal, the villains might get suspicious. Youngo's little face lights up, ready to provide him with crucial information. A system window pops up, identifying the drug as a depressant heroin type, and Chasa tells him to act accordingly. He realizes she's right. He needs to start putting on a convincing performance based on what he just took. Dojin immediately throws himself back in his chair, feigning a euphoric high and bursting into uncontrollable laughter. The other men whisper amongst themselves, annoyed that his presence means they can't start their murder game, but the leader hushes them, reminding them he's a valuable connection. Trying to test him further, one of the men offers him something else from a can. The slicked-back man walks over, offering him the new drink, and Dojin, still deep in character, happily accepts. Meanwhile, Chasa reports that Dojin is blending in well, and now she and Sorang will prepare to face the Makdooi. Sorang explains that their telepathic link with Dojin will be cut for a bit, but he can still use the talisman in his pocket for emergencies. Dojin mentally reassures them, confident he'll sense the Makdooi's barrier the moment it appears. He tells them not to worry, revealing he has a Beyond spell that can buy him some time alone if the creature shows up suddenly. Back with the villains, Dojin takes another swig, fully committed to seeing the infiltration mission through. He eyes the scumbags, reminding himself that his sole purpose is to keep them all contained in this room. He glances at his wrist, feeling a surge of confidence, knowing Youngo has his back. The little blue spirit wiggles on his arm, ready for the next challenge. Suddenly, Youngo projects another system window, leaving Dojin completely baffled. This time, the drug is a sexual enhancer, and he panics, wondering why on earth they'd give him this. He starts shaking, realizing this must be a scheme to separate him from the group. He quickly connects the dots. They're trying to get him out of the room so they can proceed with their sick murder game. Determined not to let them win, he resolves to stick to his mission no matter what they throw at him. Thinking fast, he jumps to his feet and starts shouting for a woman, demanding they call one for him immediately. To sell the act, he grabs his own face, blushing furiously and shouting that he's excited. The man with slicked back hair smirks, saying he'll make the call. The older man dials up Madame Park, telling her to send a girl from the car she has waiting outside. He hangs up with a wicked grin, thinking that once their new guest is passed out, they can finally begin the murder game. The other two men sling their arms around Dojin, laughing as they comment on how hot and bothered he seems. The slicked-back man points to an empty room across the hall, telling him to go enjoy himself with the girl they called. Their trap is set. Dojin realizes their plan is to separate him from the group, but he's determined not to let them succeed. Waving goodbye, he plans to quickly subdue the woman they called and return to the room before they can start anything. He knows his pride will take a hit, but he steels himself, knowing the mission is more important. Just then, a woman with long dark hair enters, wondering if this is the right room, leaving Dojin stunned by her impossibly fast arrival.
Thinking fast, he grabs her to maintain his drunken act,
causing her to cry out in surprise. He lays the charm on thick, telling her she's his ideal type, and she playfully asks if he really means it. He doubles down, calling her the prettiest woman he's ever seen, as she feigns surprise. Watching from the other room, the two scumbags blush, surprised that Madam Park sent a woman in a nurse's outfit. The man with slicked-back hair grumbles to himself that she's his type, thinking it's a waste to give her to their new guest. Suddenly, the older man looks concerned, realizing he definitely locked the door and wondering how she got in. As Dojin leads the woman down the hall, he prepares to use his Beck spell to tie her up in an empty room. He glances at the elevator bank and finds it odd that all the cars are on the first floor. A cold sweat runs down his back as he connects the dots. There's no way she could have walked up to the 12th floor.
Bam! A flash of pink energy strikes him square in the chest. Her sweet demeanor vanishes, replaced by a menacing purple aura and a sinister smile as Dojin realizes he's in deep trouble. She leans in close, whispering that carrying a cute little creature like Youngo around is a sure way to attract a scary big sister. A glowing red blade materializes from her hair as she menacingly asks the tiny spirit, "Where's your guardian?" Her eyes glow red as she captures Youngo, condescendingly calling it a little one. Her demeanor flips back to normal as she turns her attention back to Dojin, calling him kiddo. Dojin panics. He was told ordinary humans can't see Youngo, which can only mean one thing. His blood runs cold as he identifies his captor. This woman is a Makdooi. His mind races, wondering if he should use his Beyond Shionen spell to create some distance and escape. But before he can act, she yanks him forward by his tie, completely shutting down his escape plan.
With Yoongil held hostage, he decides his only option is to play along and listen to what she has to say. She smiles slyly, holding the terrified spirit beast, while telling him she's a lady who likes to take her time. When the talisman in his pocket glows, he's horrified to learn she knows about his telepathic link with Chasa.
She threatens to squeeze Ungo until it bursts if he keeps thinking about another woman. With a tight grip, she warns him that she's jealous, possessive, and not one to be trifled with. She smoothly adjusts his tie, a silent show of dominance as he stands frozen in place. Leading him down the hall, she reveals that as long as they don't use a barrier, Chasa will have no idea she's here. She playfully asks what he wants to say, telling him not to be so prickly. Cradling Youngo, she suggests that peace and negotiation are best left to the ladies. She cuts to the chase, getting right in his face and asking him a simple question, why don't you quit? She tempts him with the offer to return to his old life while he's still whole. She correctly guesses that his afterlife job doesn't pay well, hitting a nerve. He insists he's not in it for the money, but she just smirks, taking it as confirmation that the pay is terrible. Moving closer, she tells him to listen carefully to the offer she's about to make if he quits the afterlife. Her first reward is unimaginable wealth, promising him the massive fortune the Makdooi have secretly amassed over the years. But she knows money isn't everything, and admits that such a prize would be boring on its own. Placing a hand on his chest, she promises a second reward, something the afterlife could never give him. She reveals the Makdooi's true nature. For 1,000 years, they've studied the human body to control humanity from the shadows. The scene flashes to a dark ritual, showing a figure covered in glowing runes, a victim of their twisted experiments. She whispers that the cheap thrills the men in the other room chase are nothing compared to what she can offer. Her true offer is revealed, pleasure beyond anything he can possibly imagine, for both body and mind. She assures him it's completely safe and all he has to do is accept her gift. A drop of purple liquid forms on her pointed ear, as she promises that one taste will make him forget his afterlife job forever. A dark energy swirls around them as she declares that his self-control is useless against her. As the purple mist envelops him, she proclaims, "Now you belong to me." She explains that even the slightest breath of her neurotoxin mist will render willpower completely meaningless. Dojin's face flushes as a strange feeling washes over him, his mind becoming fuzzy and disoriented. Under her spell, Dojin's mind fogs over, admitting she's beautiful as she praises his newfound boldness. She leans in to seal the deal with a kiss, asking to reward his surrender to temptation while squishing poor Youngo between them. Suddenly, a zap of energy bursts from the little blue spirit, disrupting the moment. The purifying energy flows into Dojin, and his eyes snap open in confusion as he breaks free from the trance. Pushed back by the force, the Makdooi woman is completely stunned, wondering what just happened. Wham! Dojin grabs her wrist, demanding to know what she did as she cries out in surprise. He shoves her with full force, sending her crashing to the ground. Utterly bewildered, she stares up at him, shocked that he managed to snap out of her control. She curses herself, wondering if her neurotoxin wasn't strong enough and if she should have increased the dose. With a confident smirk, Dojin points at her and declares that her cheap tricks won't work on him. Lying on the floor, she throws a tantrum, demanding to know why he resisted after calling her the prettiest girl he'd ever seen. She continues her furious rant, reminding him he was the one who suggested they go to the other room together. He calmly explains it was all a lie to protect her, believing she was a human who needed saving, which leaves her blushing and speechless. She quickly regains her composure, calling him a liar and pointing out that his trembling body reveals he's terrified deep down. He instinctively clutches the talisman in his pocket, his nervousness showing. Sensing his reliance on backup, she taunts him, asking if his trust in Chasa means he's already another woman's man. A furious red aura erupts around her as she obsesses over the idea that he's already taken. Her rage intensifies as she decides that if she can't have him, then she has no choice but to kill him, right here, right now. A dark, violent energy swirls, signaling the start of a deadly fight. Gripping her massive weapon, she laments that even though she was starting to like him, his loyalty to someone else means he has to die. Now in a new red battle outfit, she prepares to strike, admitting he was just her type. She lunges forward, deciding to kill him quickly before she gets any more attached. Just as her blade is about to connect, Dojin's eye glows as he activates his Beyond Shionen spell. Clang! Another blade intercepts the attack, stopping it cold and leaving Dojin stunned. Sorang has arrived, blocking the fatal blow. The Makdooi sarcastically apologizes, not realizing he was spoken for, but Sorang coolly retorts that she doesn't belong to anyone. The purple-haired Makdooi demands Sorang step aside for a taste of Dojin's blood, but Sorang refuses, stating he's too valuable. The Makdooi's eyes glow fiercely as she declares a new game. Whoever takes him home first wins. The two women clash with explosive force, sending Sorang flying into the air. They meet again mid-air in a deadly dance of blades and crimson energy. Impressed, the Makdooi compliments Sorang's skill and hip work, clearly enjoying the challenge. Seeing an opening, Dojin takes aim with a shotgun, a targeting sigil glowing over his eye. Boom! He fires point blank at the distracted enemy. The Makdooi effortlessly blocks the shotgun blast with her massive sword, sending a shockwave through the air. She smirks, finally understanding their tricky united flow combat style that's been giving her kind trouble. As Dojin and Sorang stand ready, the Makdooi admits that while they're a hassle, she's happy to match their pace. She reaches for a hidden weapon on her thigh, a purple canister, admitting she doesn't mind a tough fight. With a look of pure determination, she thinks to herself that never giving up in a crisis is her specialty. She unleashes a powerful blast of purple energy from the canister, ready for round 2.